The air in the room is heavy and still, a thick velvet silence that seems to press against your eardrums. It is a winter morning in London, and the temperature is a deceptive, bone-clinging chill that has managed to seep through the heavy brocade curtains and the thick, soot-stained window panes. You're lying beneath a mountain of wool blankets that feel more like lead than bedding, their texture coarse and slightly damp from the persistent fog that haunts the city. Every time you take a breath, you can see a faint, ghostly plume of white vapour dissipating into the dim light. The air tastes of metallic coal dust, and the faint, sweet, sickly scent of lavender sachets that have long since lost their battle against the pervasive odour of old wood and chimney soot. You hear the muffled, rhythmic clop-clop of horse hooves on the cobblestones outside, a hollow sound that echoes through the narrow alleyways. In the distance, a church bell tolls, its iron tongue heavy and slow, marking a near hour you aren't quite ready to face. Your breath is steady, a rhythmic huff-huff in the cold room, and as you move your hand across the sheets, you feel the bite of the cold porcelain wash basin sitting on the nightstand, its surface as smooth and unforgiving as the rules you're about to encounter. Before we sink into the stifling, polished, and utterly ridiculous world of the 19th century, I invite you to settle your mind. If you find comfort in these cynical journeys through the past, please like the video only if you genuinely enjoy it, and subscribe only if you'd like to join us for more long nights of historical absurdity. And I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Where are you listening from tonight, and what hour is it on your clock? It is always a pleasure to know who is drifting off with me into the shadows of time. Now, let the modern world fade. Let the comfort of electricity and the ease of modern speech dissolve until all that remains is the rigid, starched and suffocating expectation of the Victorian era. Congratulations, you've just woken up in the year 1888. The good news, you're alive. The bad news, if you hold your teacup with the wrong finger extended, or if you fail to leave your house at exactly the right moment to visit a neighbour you secretly despise, your social existence is effectively over. Welcome to the world of Victorian etiquette, a system designed by people with far too much time on their hands and a desperate need to make everyone else feel inadequate. You aren't even out of bed yet, and the rules are already tightening around you like an invisible cage. The first thing you feel is the pressure. If you are a woman, it's the corset, which your maid is currently cinching with the enthusiasm of a sailor tightening a knot in a gale. The temperature of the room doesn't matter. You are sweating because your internal organs are currently being rearranged to meet the aesthetic requirements of a society that fears a natural waistline. If you are a man, it is the high, starched collar, a piece of linen so stiff it feels like a dull guillotine blade resting against your throat. You can't look down. You can only look forward with a dignified, slightly pained expression that suggests you're thinking of the Empire, when really you're just wondering if you can breathe through your nose. The air in the dressing room smells of starch and heated iron. The texture of your clothing is a battlefield, stiff silk, scratchy crinoline, and wool so heavy it could serve as a defensive fortification. You take a shallow breath, because that's all the space your ribs have left, and you hear the soft, rhythmic snip-snip of the maid's scissors or the clack of the valet's brush. But the real terror begins at the front door. Today you must participate in the morning call. In 1888, you cannot just drop by a friend's house. That would be vulgar. Instead, you must engage in a complex ritual, involving calling cards, small, stiff pieces of pasteboard that are weaponized social currency. The rules for these cards are a masterpiece of unnecessary complexity. If you want to show you visited in person, you fold the upper right-hand corner. If you're leaving a card for the whole family, you fold the left-hand corner. If you make a mistake, if you fold the wrong corner or leave the card at the wrong hour, you have committed a social atrocity. You might as well move to the colonies and change your name. The elite have decided that the time between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. is the only acceptable window for these visits, a rule that ensures that no one is ever actually relaxed. You stand at the threshold of your home, the cold London air hitting your face, smelling of horse manure and progress. You grip your leather card case. The texture is smooth, cool, and carries the weight of your entire reputation. You hear the rhythmic rattle of your carriage arriving, the iron wheels, grinding against the stones. Your breath hitches. You have to spend the next 4 hours driving from house to house, leaving cards for people who aren't home, just to prove that you're the kind of person who knows the rules for leaving cards for people who aren't home. It is an endless loop of performance. The system doesn't care if you're tired, or if your feet ache, or if your corset is making you see stars. It only cares that you follow the script. As you step into the carriage, the door shutting with a heavy final thud, you realise that in the Victorian world life isn't lived, it is curated, one exhausting rule at a time. The carriage ride was a jostling rhythmic endurance test, but now you are back inside, and the temperature has shifted from the damp, biting street air to a dry, artificial warmth. You're standing in the formal dining room, a space that feels less like a place for nourishment and more like a high-stakes obstacle course designed by a committee of people who find joy in silverware. The air here is thick with the scent of beeswax polish and the heavy, sweet musk of lilies that are drooping in the heat of a dozen gas lamps. You take a breath, and it feels expensive, a mixture of floor wax, roasted pheasant, and the dry, powdery smell of the servant's starched livery. You reach out to touch the edge of the mahogany table. The texture is slick, cold, and polished to such a high degree that you can see your own distorted, anxious face reflecting back at you in the grain of the wood. This is the stage for the dinner party, a social ritual so laden with invisible traps that it makes a battlefield look straightforward. In 1888, the rules of the table are the ultimate filter. They are designed to catch the nouveau riche and the unrefined like flies in a crystal web. The first rule you must master is the service à la Russe. Gone are the days when all the food was placed on the table at once for everyone to see. Now the table is an empty, gleaming landscape of crystal and silver, and the food arrives in a series of endless, exhausting courses brought to you by servants who move with the rhythmic silence of ghosts. You look down at your place setting, and the sheer volume of metal is overwhelming. There are forks for fish, forks for salad, forks for oysters, and forks that seem to exist only to intimidate you. The texture of the silver is heavy in your hand, a cold, weighted reminder that if you pick up the wrong implement, the lady to your left will adjust her fan with a sharp, judgmental snap that signals your social execution. You take a shallow breath. Your corset or your collar is now at peak restriction, and you hear the low, rhythmic hum of the conversation around you. It is a carefully modulated sound, never too loud, never too fast. The table talk rule dictates that you must speak to the person on your right during the first half of the meal, and then, at a signal from the hostess known as turning the table, you must simultaneously pivot to the person on your left. It is a synchronized social maneuver that requires the timing of a clockmaker and the patience of a saint. If you are mid-sentence when the hostess turns, you must swallow your words along with your wine. To continue speaking to the wrong side of the table is to manifest a deplorable lack of breeding. And then there is the soup rule. As the first course arrives, a thick, steaming consommé, you realise that the act of eating is actually a performance of avoidance. You must never blow on your soup to cool it. That would be beastly. You must never tilt the bowl toward you. You must move the spoon away from your body, a rhythmic, outward motion that feels entirely unnatural, as if you are trying to return the soup to the kitchen rather than consume it. The sound of the room is the delicate, rhythmic clink-clink of silver against fine bone china, a sound so fragile it seems to mock the hunger you are actually feeling. The elite have decided that appetite is a private embarrassment. You must eat as if you don't really need food to survive. You move your fork with practiced, slow-motion grace, feeling the heavy damask of the napkin resting on your lap. The texture of the linen is stiff and unyielding, another piece of the rulebook meant to keep you upright and alert. You breathe through your nose the scent of the heavy wines, sherry, hock, claret, rising in the humid air, making your head feel slightly detached from your body. The system is perfect because it turns a basic human biological need into a test of character. The aristocracy believes that if you can navigate a 12-course meal without making a sound or using the wrong spoon, you possess the internal discipline required to rule an empire. But as you watch a globule of gravy threaten to fall onto your pristine silk or wool, you realise that discipline is just another word for terror. You are a subject of the Silverware Sovereignty, and as the rhythmic thud of the butler's footsteps announces the next course, you realise that the meal is only halfway over, and you're already mentally exhausted. The light from the gas lamps flickers, casting long, wavering shadows across the silver, and you take one more shallow, rhythmic breath, praying that the fish course doesn't require a fork you haven't identified yet. The heavy mahogany doors of the dining room have swung open once more, releasing you from the oppressive proximity of the dinner table, but the reprieve is a hollow one. You're being ushered toward the ballroom, a vast echoing chamber where the temperature drops into a cavernous drafty chill before being quickly reclaimed by the frantic heat of 100 bodies in motion. The air here is thin and carries the sharp ozonic scent of the gas jets lining the walls, mixed with the dry, powdery aroma of the floor wax, a blend of beeswax and paraffin that has been polished to a treacherous, glass-like sheen. You take a breath, and the air tastes of expensive perfume and the faint underlying bitterness of coal smoke that has managed to bypass the heavy stone chimney. You reach into your pocket or adjust your bodice to feel the texture of the dance card. It is a small ivory-coloured slip of cardstock, cool and stiff against your gloved fingertips. In 1888, this piece of paper is more than an accessory. It is a legal document governing your movements for the next 5 hours. The rules of the ballroom, dictated by the master of ceremonies, a man who takes his job with the solemnity of a high priest, state that your time is not your own. It is a commodity to be distributed in 3-minute increments to men who smell of pomade and desperation. The texture of your hands is a specific Victorian frustration. You are wearing kid leather gloves, which fit so tightly they feel like a second, less porous skin. You cannot touch anything directly, you can only experience the world through a layer of dead animal hide. The rules of ballroom decency state that skin-to-skin contact is an act of extreme intimacy, reserved for marriage or a scandal. So, you grip your small pencil, attached to your card by a silk string, and you wait. The sound of the ballroom is a rhythmic, chaotic swell. The frantic tuning of violins, the dry, papery flick-snap of dozens of fans being opened, and the constant, sibilant rustle of silk skirts moving across the floor like the tide coming in over shingle. You take a shallow breath, feeling the whalebone of your attire or the starch of your shirt front groan in protest. You're introduced to a partner. The proper introduction rule is a masterpiece of social gatekeeping. You cannot speak to someone simply because they are standing in front of you. You must be presented by a mutual acquaintance who is willing to vouch for your existence. Without this ritual, you're effectively invisible, a ghost haunting a year party you paid to attend. Then, the music begins. It is a waltz, a dance the older generation still considers dangerously fast. You're swept onto the floor, and the temperature of your body rises instantly as you begin to spin. The rules of the dance are a mechanical nightmare. You must maintain a dignified distance while moving in perfect rhythmic synchronization. You hear the rhythmic scuff-glide scuff of 100 pairs of dancing shoes on the polished wood, a sound like a giant machine grinding toward the future. The elite who write the manuals of social grace claim that dancing is the poetry of the feet, but as you dodge the heavy train of the woman in front of you, you realize it is actually a high-speed collision avoidance exercise. If you dance more than twice with the same person, the whispers begin. The two-dance rule is absolute. To dance 3 times with the same partner is to announce an engagement. To dance 4 is to cause a medical emergency among the chaperones lining the walls. These women, the sentinels of the sidelines, sit in a rhythmic, judgmental row, their eyes tracking every movement like hawks watching field mice. You breathe through your mouth now, the air becoming humid and heavy with the scent of lilies and exertion. You feel the vibration of the orchestra in the floorboards, a rhythmic thrum that reaches up into your ankles. You're a component in a grand kinetic sculpture, a subject of the choreographed cage. The system has decided that even your joy must be practiced, measured, and performed with a pained, polite smile. As the music reaches a crescendo and you prepare for the final turn, you realize that the evening has only just begun and your dance card is still mostly empty. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and the violinist draws his bow across the string with a long, mournful scree that signals the end of the waltz and the beginning of the next set of rules. The bright white glare of the ballroom has faded into the soft, dappled sunlight of an afternoon in Hyde Park. The temperature is a crisp, biting autumn chill, but as you sit in your open-topped carriage, you feel a humid, stifling heat trapped within your layers of silk and wool. It is the greenhouse effect of Victorian fashion. The sun warms the dark fabric, creating a private, sweltering climate beneath your skin, while the wind nips at your nose. The air smells of damp grass, expensive leather, and the heavy, earthy odour of the thousands of horses currently patrolling the rotten row. You take a breath, and the air is gritty with pulverised stone and the fine, dry dust of the carriage paths. You reach out to adjust the handle of your parasol or the head of your walking stick. The texture is smooth, cool ivory, carved with intricate, unnecessary swirls that bite into your palm. In 1888, the park is not a place for exercise or relaxation. It is a social stock exchange, the rules of the afternoon. Promenade, dictated by the invisible board of directors who run the season, state that your walk must be a series of carefully timed performances. You are currently subject to the recognition rule, a masterpiece of gendered bureaucratic nonsense. If you are a man, you are legally, or rather socially, prohibited from acknowledging a lady until she has acknowledged you. You must stare straight ahead with the blank glassy eyes of a taxidermied owl until the lady deigns to offer a slight rhythmic tilt of her head. Only then may you lift your hat. The texture of your hat is stiff, brushed beaver fur, and the act of lifting it, whoosh click, is a mechanical ritual you will repeat 40 times before the sun sets. Your breath is steady, a rhythmic fog-like puff in the cold air, as you wait to see if you actually exist to the person approaching you. The sound of the park is a rhythmic crunching roar, the constant scrunch, scrunch, scrunch of carriage wheels on gravel and the hollow, rhythmic thud of horses' hooves. It is the sound of 1,000 people all trying to look at each other without appearing to look at each other. The elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Vulgarity write long lecturing articles in the Queen magazine about the graceful carriage of the body. They believe that if you walk too fast, you are manifesting a commercial spirit, which is a polite way of saying you look like you have a job. In 1888, the only acceptable pace is the dignified languor. You feel the pressure of the parasol rule. If you are a woman, your parasol is not just a shield against the sun, it is a communication device. The way you hold it, the angle at which you tilt it, and the rhythmic snap of its silk canopy are all signals to the men watching from the railings. You take a shallow breath, feeling the restriction of your attire, and you realize that your lungs are being taxed by a system that finds a deep inhale unladylike. The elite, who govern the ton, believe that public spaces are actually private theatres. They spend their days in their carriages, peering through gold-rimmed lorgnettes at the lower-tier aristocrats, judging the quality of their horses and the moral fibre of their posture. They have turned a public park into a labyrinth of social traps, where a single unreturned bow is a catastrophe of the first order. You breathe in the scent of the drying mud and the faint, sweet aroma of the nearby flower beds. You feel the vibration of the heavy carriage beneath you, a rhythmic swaying that makes you feel like you're at sea in a world of rules. You're a subject of the geometry of the glance, and as your carriage turns to complete its third loop of the park, you realize that your afternoon of leisure has been more physically and mentally demanding than a day of manual labor. You take one more rhythmic, controlled breath, and you hear the distant, hollow crack of a coachman's whip, a sound that signals the end of the promenade and the beginning of the evening's next ritual of exhaustion. The late afternoon light has turned a sickly, bruised purple, stretching long, skeletal shadows across the drawing-room carpet. The temperature here is a fragile, unstable warmth, generated by a small, polite fire that seems more interested in aesthetics than actual heating. You're sitting on a slipper chair, a piece of furniture designed by someone who clearly viewed human comfort as a spiritual failing. Its texture is a prickly, unyielding velvet that seems to vibrate with the static of the room's mounting tension. The air smells of bergamot, damp coal, and the faint, dusty aroma of potpourri, a collection of dead flowers in a porcelain bowl that represents the only nature you're allowed to encounter this close to sunset. You reach out to lift a teacup. This is the moment where the 5 o'clock tea transforms from a refreshment into a forensic examination of your lineage. The texture of the china is terrifyingly thin, eggshell porcelain that feels as though it might dissolve if you think about it too forcefully. In 1888, the rules of the tea table, codified by the self-appointed guardians of the drawing-room manual, dictate that every movement of your hand must be a masterpiece of understated mechanical precision. The first rule of the teacup gauntlet is the handle. You must never, under any circumstances, loop your finger through it. That is the behaviour of a tradesman. Instead, you must pinch the handle between your thumb and forefinger, with your middle finger acting as a structural support underneath. The legendary pinky up is actually a point of heated debate among the elite. Some manuals call it a graceful flourish, while others dismiss it as the affectation of a social climber. You take a breath, and the air is thick with the steam from the silver kettle. A humid, floral-scented vapour that makes your skin feel damp. Your breath is shallow, a rhythmic, restrained intake, as you realise that the weight of the cup is less than the weight of the judgment being levelled at you from across the room. The sound of the tea table is a rhythmic, percussive symphony of high-frequency noises. You hear the delicate clink of a silver spoon against the rim of a cup, a sound that, in a well-bred house, is considered a minor act of violence. The stirring rule states that you must move the spoon in a silent back-and-forth motion, never a circular one, and you must never touch the sides of the china. It is a rhythmic, invisible dance performed in a liquid of Earl Grey and anxiety. When you're finished, the spoon must be placed on the saucer, directly behind the cup, never to the left, never to the right. To misplace your spoon is to signal that you were raised by wolves, or worse, by people who work for a living. The elite who govern the social register believe that tea is a civilizing agent. They sit in their upholstered cages, watching the way you handle a cucumber sandwich. The sandwich rule dictates that these tiny crustless triangles must be consumed in exactly 3 bites. To eat a sandwich in 2 bites is gluttonous. To take 4 is hesitant and weak. You feel the texture of the white bread, moist, yielding, and entirely devoid of nutritional value. And you realise that even your hunger is being micromanaged by a bureaucracy of flour and butter. You breathe in the scent of the cooling tea and the sharp, acidic tang of the lemon slice floating in your cup. You feel the vibration of the grandfather clock in the hallway, a rhythmic tock-tock-tock that measures the duration of your social ordeal. You're a subject of the porcelain protocol, and as your hostess leans forward to offer you another wafer, you realise that your entire afternoon has been a series of miniature tests designed to ensure that the barriers between the classes remain as sharp and polished as a silver knife. You take one more rhythmic, careful sip, feeling the heat of the liquid on your tongue, and you hear the dry, papery rustle of the curtains being drawn, a sound that signals the end of the tea hour and the beginning of the long, dark march toward the formal evening. The light in your hallway has been extinguished, leaving only the dim, flickering amber of a single oil lamp to guide your way. But as you step into your study, the temperature takes a sudden, sharp dive into a colourless cold. It is the chill of a room that has been stripped of its soul. In 1888, your life is not merely a series of social performances, it is a regulated cycle of grief. You have just received word that a distant relative, a man you haven't spoken to in a decade, has died, and the mourning code has descended upon your household like a heavy, suffocating shroud. You reach out to touch the fabric laid out on your chair. The texture is the most recognisable misery of the age. Crepe. It is a hard, scratchy, light-absorbing silk that has been treated with chemicals to make it look permanently dead. In 1888, the rules of the arbiter of mourning state that your grief must be tactile. The crepe is so abrasive it feels like it's trying to sand down your skin. It is the texture of correct sorrow, a fabric designed to be uncomfortable so that no one can mistake your bereavement for comfort. The air in the room smells of chemical melancholy. It is the sharp, nose-stinging scent of the cheap black dyes used to darken your entire wardrobe, mixed with the damp, earthy smell of the black-bordered stationery waiting on your desk. You breathe in, and the air feels thick and restrictive, as if the black dye has particles that are currently settling in your throat. Your breath is slow and rhythmic, a series of measured, correct sighs, as you realise that for the next 2 years, your very lungs will be subjects of the deep mourning rule. The sound of your life has changed to a muffled monotony. The rules state that you must now use black-edged calling cards and write with black ink on paper with a half-inch black border. You hear the rhythmic scritch-scratch of your pen against the heavy vellum, a dry, rasping sound that feels like a beetle burrowing into the silence. To the elite members of the Society of Pious Remembrance, the thickness of the black border on your envelope is a direct measurement of your moral fibre. If the border is too thin, you are cold-hearted. If it is too thick for a distant uncle, you are theatrically vulgar. It is a justice system of paper and ink where the verdict is always not enough. You feel the pressure of the jet rule. In 1888, you are forbidden from wearing shiny jewellery. Only jet, fossilised coal from the coast of Whitby, is acceptable. You touch the necklace or the watch chain, the texture is cold, light, and curiously greasy. It is a stone that feels like a warning. You take a shallow breath, feeling the weight of the heavy black veil or the stiff black armband, and you realise that your body is now a billboard for a tragedy you don't actually feel. The aristocracy, led by the widow of Windsor herself, believe that permanent mourning is a sign of national stability. They sit in their darkened palaces, surrounded by black-framed portraits, ensuring that the mourning industry, the drapers, the florists, the undertakers, remains the most profitable bureaucracy in the empire. They have turned the natural, messy human experience of loss into a rigid, multi-stage industrial process. You breathe in the scent of stale lilies and the metallic tang of the black dye. You feel the vibration of the heavy black-draped carriage waiting outside, a rhythmic, sombre swaying that mimics the beating of a tired heart. You are a subject of the stitched sorrow, and as you prepare to spend your afternoon writing 50 correct letters of regret, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your heart follows a schedule dictated by the price of black silk. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the dry, papery rustle of the black-edged envelopes being stacked, a sound that signals the beginning of a long, dark year, where even the sunlight will be filtered through the rules of the dead. The light in your dressing room is a blinding, clinical white, reflecting off a dozen mirrored surfaces that seem to be auditing your very skin for any hint of a blemish. The temperature is a stifling humidity, a humid, floral-scented heat generated by 3 sets of hot irons, and the frantic, sweaty efforts of 4 different women who are currently treating your body like a construction site. You're standing perfectly still, your arms outstretched in a posture of permanent surrender. The air smells of scorched silk and artificial spring. It is the scent of the orange blossoms pinned into your hair, flowers that have been preserved in wax and carry a heavy, cloying odour that makes your head throb with a rhythmic pulsing ache. You take a breath, and the air is thick with the fine, white dust of the rice powder being applied to your neck, a dry, chalky texture that settles on your tongue like a coat of paint. You reach out, or try to feel the texture of the Honiton lace draping over your shoulders. It is a masterpiece of delicate abrasion. In 1888, the rules of the Victorian wedding, dictated by the fashion industrial complex that emerged after Queen Victoria's own nuptials, state that you must be encased in a monument of white satin and lace. Before the Queen decided that white was the colour of purity, and more importantly a great way to show off how much money you could spend on a dress you would never wear again, brides wore whatever colour they liked. But now you are subject to the alabaster mandate. The satin is slick and cool to the touch, but it is backed by layers of stiff crinoline and horsehair that scratch at your legs with every rhythmic shuffling step. The sound of your mourning is a frenetic whisper. You hear the sharp snip of a thread being cut, the rhythmic thump hiss of the charcoal iron, and the constant sibilant rustle of your bridesmaids moving around you. These women, the sacrificial clones, are subject to the uniformity rule. Etiquette dictates that your bridesmaids must be dressed almost identically to one another, acting as a visual frame for your own splendour. In earlier, more superstitious centuries, they were dressed like you to confuse evil spirits or kidnappers. In 1888, they are dressed like you simply because the Manual of Matrimonial Ceremony says it looks better in the sketches for the graphic. You take a shallow breath, feeling the corset pull your ribs into a bridal squeeze. You hear the distant hollow clang, clang, clang of the church bells beginning their summons. This is the acoustic trap. The sound vibrates in the floorboards and in your teeth, a rhythmic reminder that the city is waiting to watch you perform the ultimate act of legal and social transfer. You're being given away, a term the elite members of the Society for the Protection of Ancient Customs find charmingly traditional, but which feels remarkably like a real estate transaction performed in a veil. The texture of the veil is a fine, suffocating netting that blurs the world into a series of white, hazy shapes. As you're ushered into the carriage, the smell of the street, horse manure, coal smoke, and damp earth collides with the scent of your orange blossoms. It is a nuptial miasma that settles in the back of your throat. You breathe through the lace, the fabric moving in and out with every rhythmic, anxious exhale. You hear the rhythmic clatter-crunch of the wheels on the gravel as you arrive at the church. The sound of the organ, a deep, thundering vroom vroom, meets you at the door. The temperature inside the stone nave is as sacred, Freeze. A damp, tomb-like cold that makes your skin prickle under the heavy satin. You walk down the aisle, the texture of the red carpet soft and yielding, absorbing the sound of your footsteps, but magnifying the rhythmic, oceanic rustle of your train. You are a subject of the aisle protocol, a rule that states you must move with a measured, downcast grace, looking neither to the left nor the right, as if you are a sleepwalker heading toward a destination you didn't choose. The elite who govern the marriage market believe that a wedding is a public audit of a woman's worth. They sit in the pews judging the quality of your lace and the moral fortitude of your groom's family. They have turned a human commitment into an exhausting, multi-stage endurance test that ends with the wedding breakfast. This is the final rule of the day. You must stand for 4 hours in a drafty hall, surrounded by jellied meats and heavy fruitcakes, smiling at people you won't remember the names of by Tuesday. You breathe in the scent of incense and old damp stone. You feel the weight of the gold ring being slid onto your finger. The texture is cold, smooth, and final. You're a subject of the covenant of the ledger, and as you prepare to sign your name one last time in the parish register, you realise that in the Victorian world, even love has been organised into a series of exhausting, rhythmic, and high-priced performances. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the dry, papery rustle of the marriage licence being blotted, a sound that signals the end of your childhood and the beginning of a life where even your bedroom furniture will be subject to the rules of correct domesticity. The evening light has dissolved into a murky, gas-lit amber that clings to the heavy velvet curtains of the reception hall. The temperature here is a sweltering claustrophobic heat, generated by the frantic burning of 500 candles and the collective exhalations of 300 people packed into a space meant for half that number. You're standing in the middle of a crowded floor, and yet the air feels thin, as if the social pressure has physically squeezed the oxygen out of the room. The air smells of stale celebration, a mixture of spilled champagne, heated floor wax, and the heavy metallic tang of the silver plate warming dishes. You take a breath, and it tastes of social anxiety and the dry, powdery musk of the wigs and hairpieces surrounding you. Your breath is a series of shallow, rhythmic hitches, a quiet struggle against the heat that seems to be radiating from the very walls. You reach out to adjust your cuffs, or the lace at your throat, and your fingers brush against the texture of the social barrier. In 1888, the most dangerous part of a room isn't the furniture, it's the unspoken introduction rule. You see, the elites of the Gilded Circle, men and women who believe that human connection is a regulated utility like water or gas, have decided that you do not legally exist until you have been presented. You are currently standing 3 feet away from a man you have known since childhood, but because you have not been formally reintroduced in this specific house, the rules of correct recognition dictate that you must treat him as if he were a particularly uninteresting piece of wallpaper. The texture of your partner's gaze is a frozen indifference. You watch as the people around you perform the bridge of acquaintance. To speak to someone without an intermediary is to commit a social trespass of the highest order. You must wait for a mutual superior, someone whose lineage is slightly older or whose bank account is significantly larger, to join your hands and pronounce your names. It is a rhythmic, mechanical ritual that turns a conversation into a legal proceeding. You take a breath, feeling the air grow humid and heavy with the scent of lilies and sweat, and you hear the rhythmic click-snap of the fans around you, a sound like 1,000 tiny wooden hearts beating in unison. But there is a darker side to the rulebook, the cut direct. This is the ultimate social weapon, a legal execution of the soul. You are walking through the room when you see a former friend. You prepare your correct tilt of the head, your rhythmic polite inhale, but as your eyes meet, she simply looks through you. Not at you, but through you, as if you were a ghost or a smudge on the glass. The rule of the snub is a masterpiece of passive-aggressive bureaucracy. To cut someone is to decide they no longer occupy space in the empire. The texture of the moment is a sudden sharp coldness that pierces your layers of silk or wool. You hear the rhythmic, high-pitched ringing in your ears and the low, percussive hum of the whispers that immediately follow the act. The elite members of the Council of Proper Conduct write long, scholarly papers about the moral necessity of the snub. They believe that social exclusion is a purifying fire that keeps the vulgar elements from contaminating the aristocracy. They have turned the act of ignoring someone into a high-precision sport, complete with rules about the length of the stare and the angle of the shoulder. The system doesn't care about the truth of your character, it only cares about the rhythm of your exile. You breathe in the scent of the heated wax and the acidic tang of the gaslight. You feel the vibration of the orchestra in the soles of your feet, a rhythmic thrumming waltz that seems to be mocking your isolation. You're a subject of the etiquette of erasure, and as you prepare to spend the rest of the evening navigating the room like a blind man in a minefield, you realize that in the Victorian world, even your friends are subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values form over feeling. You take one more rhythmic laboured breath and you hear the dry, papery rustle of the social registers being mentally updated, a sound that signals the beginning of a night where your very presence is a gamble with the laws of recognition. The flickering amber light of the reception hall has been replaced by the vast, soot-stained canopy of a London railway terminus. The temperature here is a hollow industrial freeze, a draughty, cavernous cold that pulls the warmth out of your travelling cloak and replaces it with a fine, damp mist that smells of wet coal and oxidized iron. You're standing on a platform that vibrates with the rhythmic, low-frequency thrum of idling locomotives, a sound that feels as though the very earth is preparing to depart. The air is thick with the steam of progress, a heavy grey fog of coal smoke and boiling water that coats your tongue with a metallic, sulphurous grit. You take a breath, and the air feels heavy, weighted with the grease of 1,000 pistons. Your breath escapes in quick, rhythmic puffs of white. Vapour, a small, organic counterpoint to the towering mechanical giants surrounding you. You reach out to grip the handle of your leather valise or the edge of your velvet-lined seat. The texture of the train is a study in luxurious grit. In 1888, the rules of the railway carriage, dictated by the self-important directors of the Great Western Railway, state that your journey must be an exercise in social containment. If you have paid for a first-class ticket, you are granted the privilege of sitting on deep, padded seats covered in moquette, a scratchy woolen linen fabric that has been engineered to trap every speck of soot floating in the air. You run your hand over the armrest, and you feel the fine, oily dust of the tracks beneath your fingers. It is a texture that suggests cleanliness is a casualty of speed. The sound of the station is a rhythmic, percussive roar, the sharp clack, clack, clack of the iron wheels on the joints of the rails, the shrill, piercing shriek of the steam whistle, and the constant, sibilant hiss of escaping pressure. To the elite members of the Railway Commission, men who view human beings as revenue-producing ballast, the train is a masterpiece of efficiency. But to you, it is a mobile cage subject to the travelling silence rule. In 1888, the rules of etiquette for public transport state that you must never, under any circumstances, speak to a fellow traveller without an invitation. You must sit perfectly still, eyes fixed on a newspaper or the passing landscape, treating your neighbour as if they were a piece of unclaimed luggage. You feel the pressure of the unprotected female rule. If you are a woman travelling alone, the rules of 1888 have declared you a social emergency. You are expected to seek out the ladies' compartment, a small segregated box where you can sit in a rhythmic, fearful silence with other unaccompanied women. To sit in a general carriage is to invite unwanted scrutiny, a term the manual. Writers used to describe the fact that men will stare at you while pretending to read the Times. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow stuffy and humid within the small compartment. Your breath is steady, synchronized with the rhythmic chug, chug, chug of the engine as it begins to pull away from the station. The elite who govern the proper journey believe that travel is a test of one's internal composure. They sit in their private salons judging the way you handle a ticket and the moral fortitude of your choice of luggage. They have turned a simple move from one city to another into a multi-layered drama of recognition and avoidance. The rule of the window dictates that the person sitting closest to the glass has absolute sovereignty over the air. If they wish for a draught of soot-heavy wind, you must sit in the cold and smile politely. If they wish for the window shut until the air becomes a stagnant soup of carbon and perfume, you must endure the suffocation as a mark of your breeding. You breathe in the scent of the heated oil and the dry, ashy odour of the carriage's floor mat. You feel the vibration of the locomotive in the very marrow of your bones, a rhythmic, thumping cadence that seems to be hammering the rules of the city into the countryside. You're a subject of the vibrating bureaucracy, and as the train accelerates into the dark, rain-streaked night, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of moving at 40 miles an hour is subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values seclusion over comfort. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic thump-thump of the mailbags being sorted in the next car, a sound that signals the beginning of a journey where your only companion is the reflection of your own anxious face in the dark, soot-filmed glass. The industrial thrum of the railway station has faded, replaced by the chaotic wet symphony of a London street corner at dusk. The temperature has descended into a piercing humidity, that specific Victorian dampness that doesn't just sit on your skin, but seems to travel through your heavy wool layers to find the exact spot between your shoulder blades. You're standing on a narrow strip of pavement, and the air around you is a grey soup of moisture and particulate. It smells of urban saturation, the sharp, ammonia-heavy tang of wet horse manure, the metallic scent of damp iron railings, and the pervasive, cloying odour of sea coal smoke that has been beaten down by the drizzle. You take a breath, and the air tastes of sulphur and grit, a texture that feels like a fine layer of ashes being painted onto your lungs with every rhythmic, laboured inhale. You reach up to adjust the handle of your umbrella. The texture is cold, wet silk stretched over a skeleton of whalebone and steel. In 1888, the umbrella is not just a tool for staying dry, it is a navigational liability governed by the rule of the pavement. You see, the elites of the Metropolitan Improvement Commission, men who view the sidewalk as a theatre for the display of rank, have decreed that there is a strict hierarchy to how one must walk. If you are a gentleman, you are expected to give the wool side of the pavement to any lady or any man of superior rank. This means you must constantly step into the gutter slurry, a rhythmic squelching dive into a mixture of mud and refuse, just to prove that you respect the social order. The sound of the street is a rhythmic, percussive roar. You hear the sharp clack, clack, clack of iron-rimmed wheels hitting the uneven cobblestones, the hollow, rhythmic thud of 1,000 boots, and the constant, sibilant hiss of umbrellas brushing against one another like the wings of giant wet insects. To the elite authors of the Handbook of Street Conduct, the street is a place of disciplined transit. They believe that if you look at a stranger for more than a fraction of a second, you have committed an unpardonable intrusion. You must practice the Victorian stare, a rhythmic glassy-eyed gaze directed at a point exactly 6 feet in front of your toes. To look up is to invite contamination. You feel the pressure of the greeting gauntlet. As you walk, you see a business acquaintance approaching. In 1888, the rules of street recognition are a mechanical nightmare. If you are a man, you must wait for the exact moment, neither too early nor too late, to perform the hat lift. The texture of your hat is damp, heavy felt, and as you lift it, whoosh click, the cold rain hits your scalp, a sharp, stinging reminder that politeness in London is often a biological hazard. Your breath is steady, a rhythmic plume of white vapour that mingles with the steam rising from the horses in the road. The elite who govern the pavement protocol believe that public behaviour is the outer shell of the moral soul. They sit in their warm studies, writing long, scolding essays about the deplorable lack of deference shown by the lower orders. They have turned a simple walk to the office into a series of miniature humiliations. The umbrella rule dictates that when passing someone, the person with the lower social standing must tilt their umbrella away, ensuring that the runoff from their wet silk drenches their own shoulder, rather than the silk of their superior. It is a rhythm of self-sacrifice performed in a downpour. You breathe in the scent of the wet leather and the sharp, acidic tang of the fried fish being sold from a nearby barrow. You feel the vibration of the street in your very bones, a rhythmic, thumping cadence of commerce and anxiety that never lets the city truly settle. You are a subject of the slick bureaucracy, and as you navigate the narrow gap between a coal wagon and a judgmental dowager, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of walking is subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values precedence over passage. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic thump-thump of a night watchman's staff against a wooden door, a sound that signals the transition into a night where even the shadows are regulated by the laws of correct presence. You have retreated from the wet, judgment-filled street and sought sanctuary in your private study. The temperature here is a fading amber warmth, generated by a coal fire that has burned down to a pile of glowing, shifting embers. The chill of the night is pressing against the heavy velvet door curtain, but for now the air around your desk is dry and carries a localized heat that smells of pious industry. It is a scent of epistolary labour, the sharp vinegary tang of iron-gall ink, the dusty aroma of old vellum, and the sweet resinous smell of the sealing wax waiting in its brass dish. You take a breath, and the air tastes of bureaucratic exhaustion. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic exhale, a quiet sound that marks the beginning of your nightly battle with the post. You reach out to touch a sheet of writing paper. The texture is a study in social weight. In 1888, the rules of the writing desk, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the Manual of Correspondence, state that your stationery is a direct reflection of your character. You cannot simply use any scrap of paper. If you are writing a formal note, you must use cream-laid vellum, which feels thick, slightly oily, and as stiff as a legal summons. To use paper that is too thin or too colourful is to announce that you are flighty or financially unstable. You run your hand over the edge of the paper, and it feels sharp enough to draw blood, a razor of etiquette designed to remind you that every word carries a consequence. The sound of the room is a rhythmic, percussive scritch-scratch. You hear the sharp, metallic clink of your steel pen nib hitting the side of the inkwell, followed by the dry, rasping sound of the nib dragging across the paper. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Elegant Literacy, the post is the central nervous system of the empire. They believe that if you fail to answer a letter within 24 hours, you have committed an act of social sabotage. They have turned the act of friendship into a rhythm of the reply, a mechanical cycle of ink and paper that never stops. In London, with its 12 daily mail deliveries, you are living inside a paper storm. You feel the pressure of the ink rule. In 1888, the colour of your ink is a high-stakes decision. Blue-black is the colour of the serious soul, violet is for intimate friends, and red is for corrections or anger. To use the wrong colour for the wrong person is a catastrophe of the quill. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow thick with the smell of the melting sealing wax. You hold a stick of red wax over a small spirit lamp. You hear the rhythmic hiss, drip, thump as the hot liquid resin hits the paper. The texture is a sticky finality, a hot, viscous blob that you must stamp with your signet ring before it hardens into a brittle, judgmental shield. The elite who govern the letter bag believe that a person's handwriting is a window into their moral fibre. They sit in their libraries, analysing the slant of your Ys and the loops of your Gs, looking for signs of inherent laziness or reckless passion. They have turned a simple message into a forensic examination. The folding rule dictates that a letter must be folded into exactly 3 equal parts. To fold it haphazardly is to suggest that you view the recipient with contemptuous haste. You breathe in the scent of the cooling wax and the dry, ashy odour of the blotting paper. You feel the vibration of the desk beneath your elbows, a rhythmic, steady presence that seems to be absorbing the anxiety of your evening. You are a subject of the parchment, of the prison, and as you address your 10th envelope of the night, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your private thoughts are subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values penmanship over purpose. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic thud of the postman's knock at the front door, a sound that signals the arrival of 5 more letters, each one a new set of rules you're required to answer before you're allowed to close your eyes. The study door has closed, and the rhythmic scratching of the quill is finally silenced. But the night air is not yours to enjoy. Instead, you're being pulled toward the upper chamber, the designated sick room of a family member who has succumbed to a fashionable indisposition. The temperature here is a suffocating, stagnant heat. In 1888, the medical elite and the authors of the Manual of Nursing Etiquette have decided that the worst enemy of the invalid is a draught to save the patient. They have effectively sealed the room against the concept of oxygen. You step inside and the air is a humid chemical cloud. It smells of therapeutic desperation, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of carbolic acid, camphor, and the heavy, cloying scent of beef tea, a brown, salty liquid that the Victorians believe possesses the power of resurrection. Underneath it all is the sweet, sickly aroma of the masking vases, lilies and roses that are slowly dying in the stagnant air to hide the smell of a body in distress. You take a breath, and the air feels greasy, as if the steam from the medicine bottles has coated your lungs with a layer of peppermint and laudanum. Your breath is a series of hushed rhythmic puffs, an effort to remain medically silent in a room where a loud exhale is considered an act of aggression. You reach out to touch the sick room screen, a heavy silk-covered divider meant to protect the invalid's eyes from the vulgar glare of a single candle. The texture is a dusty, fragile velvet. In 1888, the rules of the Invalid's Court, dictated by the high-priced physicians of Harley Street, state that illness is a performance of exquisite delicacy. You cannot simply ask the patient how they feel. That would be crude. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the hushed inquiry, a whispered, repetitive dialogue conducted in a tone that suggests the patient is already halfway to the afterlife. The sound of the sick room is a rhythmic, hypnotic clockwork. You hear the relentless tick-tock-tock of a heavy brass carriage clock, a sound that seems to be counting down the patient's remaining patience. Then there is the delicate, rhythmic clink-clink of a silver spoon hitting a glass measuring cup, followed by the soft, sibilant rustle of the nurse's starched cap. To the elite members of the Royal Medical Society, men who view the human body as a temperamental steam engine, the sick room must be a place of uninterrupted monotony. They believe that any exciting news or vibrant colour could trigger a fatal collapse of the nervous fibres. You feel the pressure of the bedside vigil. In 1888, the rules of correct sympathy dictate that you must sit perfectly still on a hard wooden chair for at least 1 hour. You cannot read a book, you cannot knit, you must simply be present in a state of solemn, rhythmic observation. The texture of the chair is a punishing mahogany, and as the heat of the room rises, you feel a thin sheen of sweat forming under your starched collar or your heavy bodice. It is a fever of etiquette, a biological reaction to a system that views a comfortable chair in a sick room as a sign of disrespectful levity. The elite who govern the sanitary code believe that the air of the sick must be kept at 68 degrees exactly. They sit in their consulting rooms drinking hock and judging the moral atmosphere of your household based on how many empty medicine bottles are arranged on the sideboard. They have turned a simple infection into a theatre of the apothecary. The rule of the whisper dictates that if you must speak, you must use a pitch that is audible to the patient but invisible to the walls. It is a rhythm of the vocal cords that leaves your throat feeling as though it's been rubbed with chalk. You breathe in the scent of the heated lavender water and the dry, ashy smell of the cooling hearth tiles. You feel the vibration of a passing coal wagon in the street below, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of industry is still moving, while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in drops of tincture. You're a subject of the pillbox monarchy, and as you prepare to offer the patient their 10th dose of soothing syrup, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of healing is subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values solemnity over survival. You take one, more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic glug-glug of the medicine being poured, a sound that signals another hour of silent, starched and suffocating devotion. The air in your bedroom has shifted from the frantic industrial energy of the week to a state of Sabbath stagnation. The temperature has dropped into a pious, unmoving chill. In 1888, the Victorian Sunday is not a day of rest. It is a day of enforced gloom, a 24-hour endurance test designed by the self-righteous members of the Lord's Day Observance Society. These are people who believe that any hint of enjoyment on a Sunday is a direct provocation to the heavens. You are currently lying in bed, but you are not allowed to be comfortable. The air smells of cold wax and unopened books. It is the scent of a room where every toy, every novel, and every deck of cards has been locked away behind cupboard doors as if they were infectious diseases. You take a breath, and the air tastes of spiritual obligation and the dry, ashy dust of the Sunday-only Bibles. Your breath is slow and rhythmic, a series of long, virtuous exhales that signal your submission to the most boring day in the history of Western civilization. You reach out to touch your Sunday attire. The texture is a punishing, heavy broadcloth. In 1888, the rules of the Sabbath wardrobe, dictated by the invisible deacons of national morality, state that you must wear your most restrictive, least breathable garments to church. The wool is thick and scratchy, designed to irritate the skin so that your mind remains focused on your inherent sinfulness, rather than the fact that you've been sitting on a wooden bench for 2 hours. You run your hand over the stiff, starched cuffs. The texture is like serrated paper, a legal edge that bites into your wrists with every rhythmic movement of your hands. The sound of the morning is a relentless iron clangor. You hear the church, bells, dong dong dong, not as a gentle invitation, but as a series of metallic demands echoing off the cold cobblestones. The bell protocol ensures that for 4 hours the city is a cacophony of competing chimes, a rhythmic, percussive war for your attention. To the elite members of the clerical council, men who view silence as a form of heresy, the louder the bell, the more vigorous the parish. But to you, it is the sound of a social audit. You hear the rhythmic clack-clack of thousands of boots hitting the street, a synchronized march of families heading to their assigned pews. You feel the pressure of the pew hierarchy. In 1888, the interior of the church is a map of the bank account. You do not simply sit where you like. Your family owns a pew, a high-walled wooden box that smells of ancient velvet and ancestral damp. The texture of the seat is a thinned, threadbare cushion, and as you sit, you feel the acoustic surveillance of the congregation. The rules of divine etiquette dictate that you must look neither to the left nor the right. You must maintain a posture of permanent contrition, eyes fixed on the pulpit as if you were trying to memorize the wood grain. To look back at a latecomer is to manifest worldly curiosity, a term the manuals use to describe the fact that you still possess a personality. The elite who govern the Sunday code believe that inactivity is the twin of holiness. They sit in their private chapels judging the moral fibre of the neighbourhood based on how few people are visible in the parks. They have turned the act of rest into a theatre of the void. The Sunday reading rule is a masterpiece of intellectual micromanagement. You're forbidden from reading anything secular. No newspapers, no travelogues, and certainly no sensationalist novels. You must spend your afternoon staring at The Quiver, or The Sunday at Home, magazines filled with stories of children who died young but were very polite about it. You feel the texture of the thin, cheap paper, dry, papery, and carrying the faint, bitter scent of the moral tract. You breathe in the scent of the cold stone and the damp vestry. You feel the vibration of the great organ in the very marrow of your bones, a rhythmic, thumping bass that seems to be trying to shake the Sunday sloth out of your soul. You're a subject of the restricted day, and as you prepare for your Sabbath walk, a rhythmic, sombre loop of the nearest cemetery, you realize that in the Victorian world, even your day off is subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values sombreness over sleep. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic thud of the heavy church doors closing, a sound that signals the beginning of a day where even the sunlight feels as though it's been starched, ironed, and judged by the Lord's Day Observance Society. The air in the back hallway of your home is a subterranean chill, a damp, draughty cold that has been trapped in the stone masonry since the house was built. The temperature here is a sharp contrast to the flickering warmth of the drawing room you just left. You're standing near the service stairs, a narrow winding tunnel of wood and shadow. The air smells of starched cotton and rotting suet. It is the scent of the ghost system, the industrial-grade aroma of a kitchen located 2 floors below, where grease and coal smoke are the primary atmospheric elements. You take a breath, and the air tastes of suppressed presence and the dry, alkaline dust of the scouring sand used on the floorboards. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the boundary between the visible world and the hidden machine. You reach out to touch the bell pull on the wall, the most powerful mechanical device in the Victorian home. The texture is a braided frustration, a heavy, silk-covered cord that feels like a cold, scaly serpent in your hand. In 1888, the rules of domestic command, dictated by the authors of the Servant's Guide, state that your house is not a collection of people, but a hierarchy of functions. You do not ask for a glass of water, you summon the function. The pull requires a rhythmic, authoritative tug. You hear the distant metallic clang jingle of the copper bell in the basement, a sound that vibrates through the very floorboards under your feet. It is a rhythmic demand for labour that reminds you that in this era, a servant is a living appliance who must never be seen when they are not in use. The sound of the house is a muffled, sibilant rustle. You hear the soft patter-thud of the housemaid's footsteps, always moving on the balls of her feet to avoid the vulgarity of the heel. Then there is the rhythmic swish-swish of her stiff calico apron against the stone walls. To the elite members of the Masters' Union, men and women who view the presence of a servant as a necessary evil of the station, the ideal house is one where the work happens by magic. They have created the rule of invisibility. If you encounter a servant in the hallway, The rules of 1888 dictate that you must look through them as if they were made of glass. To offer a good morning to a housemaid is to compromise the dignity of the master. It is a justice system of the hallway where the penalty for empathy is the loss of social authority. You feel the pressure of the dawn audit. In 1888, the rules of household industry state that all heavy cleaning must be completed before you wake up. This means a small army has been working in a rhythmic freezing darkness for 3 hours, scrubbing the front steps with hearthstone and polishing the brass knocker until it glows like a judgmental sun. The texture of the knocker is a cold, oily brilliance, and as you touch it later in the day, you realize your very comfort is built on a foundation of invisible, chapped hands. The system has decided that your morning peace is a commodity that must be purchased with the exhaustion of others. The elite who govern the domestic manual believe that a well-ordered house is a mirror of the well-ordered empire. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether their footman has a composed expression. They have turned the act of living into a theatre of the servant. The backstairs rule is a masterpiece of architectural segregation. To use the main stairs is a sacred privilege of the family. To be a servant and step onto the velvet carpet is to commit an act of domestic treason. You feel the texture of the rough uncarpeted wood on the backstairs, jagged, splintered and cold, and you realize that even the wood under your feet has been classed. You breathe in the scent of the beeswax and the sharp, acidic tang of the stove blacking. You feel the vibration of the dumbwaiter in the wall, a rhythmic mechanical clunk creak that brings your dinner up from the depths like an offering to a silent god. You're a subject of the hierarchical heartbeat, and as you prepare to descend the stairs to inspect the pantry, you realize that in the Victorian world, even your own home is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never have to acknowledge the humanity of the person who cooked your meal. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic hiss of the gas lamp being adjusted, a sound that signals the end of the day's work for you, but the beginning of another 4 hours of silent service for the ghosts in the hallways. The dining room doors have swung shut with a heavy final thud, dividing the world into 2 distinct and increasingly uncomfortable spheres. The temperature in the smoking room is a layered blue heat. In 1888, the rules of the after-dinner separation, dictated by the self-appointed custodians of the masculine domain, have ensured that your evening must now transition from a meal into a performance of intellectual fog. You're standing in a space where the air is a stagnant velvet trap. It is a localized climate that smells of empire and emphysema, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of Latakia tobacco, expensive cedarwood, and the heavy sweet musk of a decanter of tawny port that has been breathing since the appetizer course. You take a breath, and the air feels textured, as if the smoke has physically thickened the atmosphere until it coats your throat with a layer of resin and ash. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic exhale, a quiet, smoky plume that signals your induction into the council of the cigar. You reach out to touch the arm of your Chesterfield chair. The texture is a study in animal submission. It is deep tufted, oxblood leather that feels slick and cold against your skin for a split second, before absorbing your body heat and trapping it in a humid, non-porous embrace. In 1888, the rules of correct relaxation, codified in the Manual of Manly Conduct, state that comfort is a reward for social status, but it is a comfort designed to keep you upright and alert. You cannot lounge, you must recline with authority. You run your hand over the brass upholstery tacks. The texture is a row of cold metal teeth that bite into your forearms with every rhythmic adjustment of your weight. The sound of the room is a muffled baritone drone. You hear the delicate rhythmic clink-chink of a silver cigar cutter, followed by the soft sibilant huff of a match being struck against a brick. To the elite members of the patriarchal preserve, men who believe that the weight of the world can be settled over a glass of brandy, this room is a temple of reason. But to you it is a symphony of social posturing. You hear the rhythmic glug-glug of the decanter hitting the rim of the glass and the low-frequency mumble of political debates that are more about the rhythm of the ego than the reality of the street. If you do not enjoy the taste of burnt leaves, the rules of 1888 have no mercy for you. You must hold your cigar with a steady, rhythmic grace, pretending to appreciate the complexity of the blend while your head begins to spin in the oxygen-starved air. You feel the pressure of the gendered silence rule. While you are trapped in the blue haze, the women have been exiled to the drawing room to engage in the rhythm of the polite tinkle. a social mandate that they must play the piano and discuss the aesthetics of the garden until you deign to rejoin them. The system has decided that feminine refinement and masculine depth are two chemical elements that must never be mixed for more than an hour at a time. The texture of the air in the drawing room is scented and thin, while yours is greasy and thick. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the coal gas lamps and the cigar smoke, and you realise that your evening rest is actually a theatre of separation. The elite who govern the social order believe that the smoking room is where the soul of the state is forged. They sit in their leather cages, judging the moral fibre of their companions based on how evenly their cigar burns. They have turned a simple digestive pause into a gauntlet of the humidor. The rule of the ashtray is a masterpiece of petty discipline. You must never flick your ash. You must wait for the rhythm of gravity to claim it, ensuring that you manifest a tranquil, unhurried spirit. To show haste in your smoking is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who has a reason to be productive tomorrow morning. You breathe in the scent of the heated leather and the dry, ashy odour of the billiard table felt. You feel the vibration of the grandfather clock in the hallway, a rhythmic, steady tick-tock that seems to be counting the minutes until you are allowed to escape this masculine sanctuary. You are a subject of the tobacco monarchy, and as you prepare to stand up and navigate the post-smoke re-entry, a rhythmic, slightly dizzy march back to the drawing room, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your leisure is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the smoke-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional suffocation, and you hear the rhythmic clack of the billiard balls colliding in the corner, a sound that signals the end of the separation and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating hour of the formal evening. The blue haze of the smoking room has been left behind, and as you step back into the main drawing room to perform the ceremony of departure, the temperature undergoes a violent localised shift. You have moved from the heavy, humid heat of the masculine domain into a fragile, flowery chill. The fire in the drawing room is now a collection of white skeletal ash, and the warmth has been replaced by the rule of the draughty hallway. In 1888, your evening cannot end with a simple wave of the hand. It must conclude with a series of graduated goodnights, a rhythmic, exhausting sequence of bows and platitudes designed to ensure that the hostess feels properly exhausted by your presence. The air in the vestibule smells of departure and ozone. It is a sharp mixture of the freezing rain outside, the wet wool of the guests' cloaks, and the heavy, sulphurous exhaust of the carriage lamps lining the curb. You take a breath, and the air feels thin and cold, a respiratory shock that makes your lungs contract in a rhythmic, defensive gasp. Your breath is now a visible, ghostly plume in the dim light of the hall, a small signal that you're finally transitioning from the staged interior to the industrial exterior. You reach out to reclaim your outdoor garments from the footman. The texture of your great coat is a study in heavy protection. It is thick, Melton wool that feels as rough as a horse blanket and carries a weight that seems to double the moment you put it on. In 1888, the rules of the proper exit, dictated by the Handbook of Social Manners, state that you must never appear in a hurry to leave. You must struggle into your layers with a dignified deliberation, ensuring that you do not manifest a vulgar haste to reach home. You run your hand over the velvet collar. The texture is a soft, damp relief against the starched edge of your neckwear, a rhythmic, tactile reminder that your social armour is finally being shed. The sound of the hallway is a rhythmic, hollow clatter. You hear the sharp clink of the umbrella stand being bumped, followed by the deep thudding boom of the front door opening and closing. It is a mechanical heartbeat that measures the departure of the elite. To the members of the Committee of Reception, men and women who view the threshold as the most critical gate of the state, the exit is the final audit of your breeding. You hear the rhythmic clack of your boots on the checkered marble floor, a sound that echoes up into the dark rafters. If your boots squeak, the rules of 1888 have already decided your fate. You are mechanically unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who buys their footwear from a shop rather than a craftsman. You feel the pressure of the carriage scramble. Outside, the street is a chaotic, rhythmic roar of industrial transit. You hear the sharp, piercing tweet-tweet of the link boys' whistles and the constant, sibilant hiss of the rain hitting the hot metal of the lamps. The rule of the curb dictates that you must wait in a rhythmic, shivering silence until your specific coachman brings your horse and iron to the front of the queue. To jump into the wrong carriage or to hail a common cab is to commit an act of social suicide. You take a shallow breath, feeling the cold moisture settle on your skin, and you realise that even your escape is a choreographed exercise in patience. The elite who govern the formal evening believe that the manner of one's leaving is the seal on one's reputation. They sit in their warm studies, judging the moral fortitude of their guests based on how long they stand in the freezing rain, while saying nothing of importance. They have turned a simple good night into a theatre of the threshold. The rule of the handshake is a masterpiece of tactile micromanagement. You must never offer a firm grip. That is commercial. You must offer a rhythmic, tepid pressure, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical enthusiasm. You breathe in the scent of the wet leather and the sharp, acidic tang of the carriage's wheel grease. You feel the vibration of the heavy paving stones through the soles of your feet, a rhythmic, thumping cadence of a city that is always moving, always judging, and always cold. You are a subject of the pavement protocol, and as you prepare to step into the dark, velvet-lined interior of your carriage, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of going to bed is a multi-stage marathon governed by the laws of correct departure. You take one more rhythmic, laboured breath, and you hear the rhythmic slam of the carriage door, a sound that signals the beginning of a quiet, dark journey through the fog, where your only companion is the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values deference over dawn. The air in the upper reaches of the house is a Spartan chill, a dry, thin cold that seems to have been cultivated specifically for the correction of the young. The temperature here in the Victorian nursery is several degrees lower than the rest of the house. In 1888, the medical and pedagogical elites, the self-appointed kings of character building, have decided that warmth is a form of moral indulgence. To raise a sturdy Briton, one must ensure that their childhood is a 20-year exercise in shivering. You are standing in a room where the air is a stagnant, oatmeal-scented trap. It is a localised climate that smells of pious discipline, a sharp mixture of cod liver oil, carbolic soap, and the heavy, sweet rot of a damp wallpaper that features a repeating pattern of instructive animals. You take a breath, and the air tastes of suppressed curiosity and the dry, ashy dust of the wooden blocks that are the only toys allowed on a Tuesday. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, as you navigate a world where being seen and not heard is a biological requirement enforced by the state. You reach out to touch the surface of the nursery table. The texture is a study in unfinished reality. It is rough, unvarnished pine that feels cold and splintery against your hand. In 1888, the rules of youthful nutrition, dictated by the authors of The Child's Manual of Manners, state that a child's palate must be protected from the vulgarity of flavour. You are looking at a bowl of standard porridge, a grey, viscous substance that possesses the structural integrity of mortar and the taste of a wet wool blanket. You run your hand over the edge of the wooden spoon. The texture is worn and fibrous, a rhythmic, tactile reminder that your very appetite has been classed. To ask for sugar or cream is to commit an act of domestic rebellion, a sign that you are developing a luxurious spirit that will inevitably lead to a life of crime or, worse, a career in the theatre. The sound of the nursery is a relentless, rhythmic ticking. You hear the tall case clock in the corner, a sound that seems to be counting down the minutes until your next mandatory exercise. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle of the nurserymaid's apron and the rhythmic clack-clack of her knitting needles. To the elite members of the Society for the Moral Improvement of Children, men and women who view the natural energy of a child as a dangerous vapour that must be compressed, this room is a laboratory of the will. They have created the rule of the rectitude. You must sit on a backboard, a wooden device designed to ensure that your spine remains as rigid as the empire's borders. The texture of the board is a flat, unyielding pressure against your shoulder blades. It is a rhythm of the vertebrae that ensures you grow up with the correct social posture, a physical manifestation of a system that views a slumped shoulder as a sign of inherent deceit. You feel the pressure of the gendered play rule. In 1888, the rules of correct development dictate that your toys are actually vocational training tools. If you are a boy, you are handed lead soldiers, heavy, cold little men who smell of metallic paint and carry the rhythm of the battlefield. You must arrange them in a disciplined, rhythmic line, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by imagination. If you are a girl, you are given a doll's house, a miniature version of the very cage you're currently inhabiting. You must practice the etiquette of the teacup with a porcelain doll that has a frozen judgmental stare. The texture of the doll's hair is dry, horsehair grit, and its skin is cold, unyielding wax. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the nursery miasma, and you realise that your innocence is actually a theatre of preparation. The elite who govern the national character believe that the nursery is where the obedience of the subject is forged. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral fibre of the next generation based on whether they can sit in silence for 3 hours. They have turned the act of growing up into a gauntlet of the drab. The rule of the cold bath is a masterpiece of tactile cruelty. Every morning, regardless of the frost on the windowpane, you are plunged into a tub of invigorating water. The texture is a stinging absolute freeze that turns your skin a bruised blue. It is a rhythm of the nervous system that is supposed to fortify the soul against the temptations of the flesh. To the system, your comfort is a moral hazard that must be washed away with ice. You breathe in the scent of the heated flannel and the sharp, acidic tang of the sooty chimney. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant thud of the front door being slammed as your father leaves for the city, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of adults is moving while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in lessons on the alphabet. You're a subject of the pedagogical monarchy, and as you prepare to recite your daily catechism, a rhythmic, mindless repetition of correct facts, you realise that in the Victorian world even your childhood is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly free. You take one last heavy breath of the porridge-scented air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic snip-snip of the maid's scissors as she prepares another instructive scrapbook, a sound that signals the end of your playtime and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating hour of the nursery afternoon. The biting wind of Regent Street is a cutting industrial chill that whistles through the gaps in your leather gloves and stings the tip of your nose, but the moment you step through the heavy mahogany doors of the grand emporium, the temperature undergoes a violent, suffocating shift. You have entered a commercial hothouse. In 1888, the rules of the Victorian shop, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the retail manual, have ensured that your afternoon of purchasing must be a performance of mercantile delicacy. You are standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, velvet-lined trap. It is a localized climate that smells of empire and inventory, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of unrolled silk, cedarwood drawers, and the heavy, sweet musk of the shopwalker's violet-scented pomade. You take a breath, and the air feels expensive, as if the molecules of the room have been taxed by the yard. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic exhale, a quiet, invisible signal that you're now a subject of the counter protocol. You reach out to touch the surface of the counter. The texture is a study in polished indifference. It is dark, heavy mahogany that feels slick and cold against your fingers, polished to such a degree that it reflects the rhythmic, anxious blinking of your own eyes. In 1888, the rules of correct consumption, codified in the Lady's Guide to the Emporium, state that shopping is a moral audit of your self-control. You cannot simply point at what you want. That would be greedily commercial. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the hesitant inquiry, a hushed, repetitive dialogue with a counter-assistant who's been trained to treat a bolt of fabric with more reverence than a human soul. You run your hand over the edge of the brass yardstick embedded in the wood. The texture is a row of cold metal notches that measure your social standing with every rhythmic inch of lace you consider. The sound of the shop is a muffled industrial symphony. You hear the relentless rhythmic whir-snap thump of the pneumatic cash railway, a mechanical device in the ceiling that carries your coins and your pride in a brass capsule to a hidden central office. Then there is the soft, sibilant swish-swish of the shopwalker's silk coattails as he patrols the aisles like a sentinel of the sale. To the elite members of the Guild of Master Drapers, men who view the act of spending as a sacred ritual of the state, this room is a cathedral of the cloth. But to you it is a symphony of social posturing. You hear the rhythmic clack-clack of the drawers being opened, and the low-frequency mumble of price negotiations that are more about the rhythm of the ego than the reality of the wallet. If you find the price too high, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must express your disappointment with a steady rhythmic grace, pretending that the fabric isn't quite the correct shade of mauve, rather than admitting you cannot afford the tax on the silk. You feel the pressure of the shopwalker rule. In 1888, this man is the supreme arbiter of the aisle. He does not sell, he directs. He stands perfectly upright, his spine a rhythmic starch-filled pillar of authority, judging your moral fibre based on the speed of your walk and the refinement of your request. The system has decided that unsupervised browsing is a sign of unstable character. You're shadowed by a junior clerk, a boy who smells of unwashed wool and slate pencils, who watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the stock with your ungloved hand. The texture of the air is dusty and thin, carrying the fine, dry particles of the calico miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the gas jets and the heavy carpets, and you realise that your afternoon of leisure is actually a theatre of the transaction. The elite who govern the retail code believe that the shop is where the taste of the nation is disciplined. They sit in their private counting houses, judging the moral tone of the district based on how many women are visible in the glove department. They have turned a simple need for a new hat into a gauntlet of the milliner. The rule of the fitting is a masterpiece of tactile micromanagement. You must stand perfectly still while a stranger pins your sleeves. The texture of the pins are cold, rhythmic prickling against your skin. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not flinch when the rhythm of the tailor requires you to hold your breath for 3 minutes. To show discomfort is to announce that you are spiritually unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose body refuses to follow the geometry of the garment. You breathe in the scent of the heated floor wax and the dry ashy odour of the stale inventory. You feel the vibration of the pneumatic tube in the wall, a rhythmic mechanical thump-shrie that sends your social identity, in the form of a receipt, flying through the building. You're a subject of the mercantile monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the exit ritual, a rhythmic, slightly exhausted march back to the street, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your wardrobe is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease in your own skin. You take one last heavy breath of the fabric-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional expenditure, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the cash drawer being shut in the distance, a sound that signals the end of the transaction and the beginning of the final, starched, and suffocating journey back to the drawing room evening. The commercial heat of the Emporium has been traded for the vast, echoing subterranean frieze of the British Museum. The temperature here is a profound, unmoving chill, a cold that seems to have been trapped within the marble columns since the time of the Caesars. In 1888, the elites who govern the national mind, the self-appointed curators of the imperial eye, have decided that the public gallery is not a place for curiosity, but a theatre of correct observation. You're standing in the Egyptian hall, and the air is a stagnant, stone-scented trap. It is a localised climate that smells of odour of the ossified, a sharp mixture of beeswax floor polish, the dry alkaline dust of ancient limestone, and the heavy, sweet musk of the museum breath. The collective exhalations of 100 visitors trying to appear profoundly moved by a broken sarcophagus. You take a breath, and the air feels heavy and historic, as if the molecules have been catalogued and numbered by the state. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic exhale, a quiet signal that you're now a subject of the gallery protocol. You reach into your pocket to feel the texture of your umbrella check ticket. It is a small, thin slip of greasy numbered paper that represents your temporary social disarmament. In 1888, the rules of public transit, dictated by the Manual of Institutional Conduct, state that you cannot enter the presence of antiquity while armed with a walking stick or a wet umbrella. These items are viewed as instruments of potential vandalism. You had to surrender them at the door to a man who smells of stale porter and officialdom, receiving this ragged scrap of paper in exchange. You run your finger over the printed number. The texture is a fading, ink-stained ridge that measures your right to reclaim your property once the rhythm of the gaze has been satisfied. The sound of the gallery is a rhythmic, cavernous thud. You hear the sharp clack, clack, clack of your own leather soles hitting the polished stone floor, a sound that echoes up into the vaulted ceiling like a mechanical accusation. Every footstep feels too loud, a percussive intrusion into the silence of the ages. To the elite members of the trustees' committee, men who view the public as a necessary but clumsy audience for the empire's loot, this room is a cathedral of the artifact, but to you, it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic jingle clink of the guard's brass buttons as he patrols the shadows, and the low-frequency mumble of parents explaining moral lessons from history to their bored children. If you find a statue particularly dull, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must maintain a posture of pious interest, eyes fixed on the stone with a steady rhythmic blinking, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the weight of the past. You feel the pressure of the gaze rule. In 1888, the curators believe that looking is a moral act. You're forbidden from staring too long at the undraped statuary, the cold, white marble Greeks who have been deemed aesthetically educational but socially suggestive. You must practice the Victorian glance, a rhythmic, sweeping movement of the eyes that acknowledges the art without lingering on the anatomy. The system has decided that unregulated looking is a sign of unstable character. You're shadowed by a gallery warden, a man who smells of unwashed wool and cold tea, who watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the pedestals with your ungloved hand. The texture of the air is gritty and thin, carrying the fine, dry particles of the antiquity. Miasma! You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the damp coats of your fellow observers, and you realise that your afternoon of enlightenment is actually a theatre of the supervised. The elite who govern the national taste believe that the museum is where the order of the world is visualised. They sit in their wood-panelled offices, judging the moral tone of the city based on how many working-class men are visible in the library. They have turned a collection of stones into a gauntlet of the intellect. The rule of the catalogue is a masterpiece of social gatekeeping. You must carry a guidebook, a heavy, dry volume of correct facts, to prove you're not just a vulgar sightseer. The texture of the paper is dry, ashy vellum, and its smell is bitter and academic. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear tired after 3 miles of stone hallways. To lean against a wall is to announce that you are spiritually deficient, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose body refuses to follow the geometry of the institution. You breathe in the scent of the cooling mortar and the sharp, acidic tang of the industrial smog filtering through the skylights. You feel the vibration of the city's traffic outside the heavy walls, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of the living is still moving, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in dynastic successions. You're a subject of the curated monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the exit sequence, a rhythmic, slightly chilly march back to the cloakroom, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your curiosity is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at home in the world of ideas. You take one last, heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional education, and you hear the rhythmic clang of the iron, gates being shut in the distance, a sound that signals the end of the observation and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey back to the drawing-room night. The damp, ancient frieze of the museum has been replaced by the flickering amber heat of the drawing room once more, but the fire has been stoked into an artificial gaslit fever. The temperature here is a cloying indoor summer, designed by the host to ensure that no guest feels the vulgarity of a draught, but which instead produces a localised climate of suffocating refinement. You're standing near the Broadwood Grand, a massive, dark timbered piano that looks less like a musical instrument and more like a sacrificial altar. The air in the room is a stagnant perfumed trap. It is a localised atmosphere that smells of forced accomplishment, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of heated rosewood, the metallic tang of the copper piano strings and the heavy, sweet musk of evening sherry. Thick, alcoholic syrup that the Victorians believe provides the necessary moral lubricant for a social performance. You take a breath, and the air feels heavy and expectant, as if the molecules of the room are waiting for you to strike a wrong note. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the musical gauntlet. You reach out to touch the surface of the piano bench. The texture is a study in polished inflexibility. It is hard, cold mahogany covered in a layer of needlepoint wool that feels as rough as a cat's tongue against your skin. In 1888, the rules of domestic entertainment, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the home circle, state that a house is not a home unless it is a concert hall of the private virtue. If you are a young lady, you have been subject to the rule of the accomplishment since the age of 6. You have spent 10,000 hours in a rhythmic, shivering practice room just to reach this moment where you must prove to the gilded audience that you possess the internal harmony required to manage a household staff. You run your fingers over the ivory keys. The texture is a slick, cold bone chill, a row of white, unyielding teeth that seem to be mocking your lack of confidence. The sound of the room is a muffled, sibilant rustle. You hear the sharp clink of a glass being set down, followed by the soft, rhythmic flip, flip, flip of the sheet music being prepared. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Discordant Melodies, men and women who view a flat note as a sign of inherent moral failure, this evening is a theatre of the ear, but to you it is a symphony of social terror. You hear the rhythmic tick-tick of the metronome in your mind and the low-frequency mumble of guests whispering about the quality of your fingering. If you find the piece particularly difficult, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must perform with a steady rhythmic grace, pretending that the complex trills are as effortless as breathing, while your head begins to swim in the overheated, oxygen-starved air. You feel the pressure of the page-turner rule. In 1888, this person is the master of the rhythmic pause. They stand perfectly still at your left shoulder, their breath a warm rhythmic intrusion into your personal space, judging your moral fibre based on the speed of your reading. The system has decided that unassisted playing is a sign of social isolation. You are shadowed by a social superior, a man who smells of stale snuff and entitlement, who watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the tempo with your own artistic interpretation. The texture of the air is dry and dusty, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the starched sheet music. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the gas jets and the heavy silk dresses of the listeners, and you realise that your evening of culture is actually a theatre of the obedient finger. The elite who govern the social recital believe that the piano is where the discipline of the family is visualised. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of the house based on whether the hostess can play a Mendelssohn Song without words while maintaining a composed expression. They have turned a collection of wooden hammers and wires into a gauntlet of the domestic soul. The rule of the encore is a masterpiece of social manipulation. You must never offer a second piece. You must wait for the rhythm of the request to claim you, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by vanity. To show enthusiasm for your own playing is to announce that you are spiritually immodest, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who enjoys being the centre of attention. You breathe in the scent of the heated varnish and the dry, ashy odour of the music stand. You feel the vibration of the piano in the very marrow of your bones, a rhythmic, thumping cadence that seems to be hammering the rules of the academy into the floorboards. You are a subject of the melodic monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the closing chord, a rhythmic, slightly trembling finality, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your hobbies are a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease in your own house. You take one last heavy breath of the perfume-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional harmony, and you hear the rhythmic patter-patter of the polite, starched applause, a sound that signals the end of the recital and the beginning of the final, starched, and suffocating journey toward the retiring hour. The artificial fever of the drawing room has been left behind at the threshold of your bedchamber, replaced by a moral, unmoving chill that seems to have been waiting for you in the shadows of the heavy four-poster bed. The temperature here is a disciplinary freeze, a localised climate designed by the authors of the Victorian Sanitary Manual to ensure that your sleep is an exercise in fortifying the spirit. In 1888, the elite physicians have decided that a warm bedroom is a hothouse of the vice, and so your fire has been allowed to die down to a few silent, chalky embers that provide no warmth, only a faint, ashy scent of exhausted coal. You are standing near the washstand, a marble-topped altar of hygiene that looks like a cold white tooth in the dim light of your single candle. The air in the room is a stagnant, lavender-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of grooming and gravity, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of carbolic soap, the metallic tang of the porcelain basin, and the heavy sweet musk of macassar oil, a thick vegetable fat hair treatment that the Victorians believe is the only thing standing between you and a deplorable loss of hair. You take a breath, and The air feels thin and antiseptic, as if the molecules have been scrubbed of their vitality. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, white against the dark velvet curtains. As you navigate the hygiene gauntlet, you reach out to touch the surface of the wash basin. The texture is a study in vitreous indifference. It is cold, smooth porcelain that feels like a block of ice against your fingertips. In 1888, the rules of personal purgation, dictated by the self-appointed deans of national purity, state that a body is never truly clean unless it has been shocked into submission. You cannot simply take a warm bath. That would be enervating and effeminate. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the sponge down, a shivering repetitive ritual involving a bowl of virtuous room-temperature water. You run your hand over the washing sponge. The texture is rough, fibrous grit, a dried, sea-born skeleton that seems to be anticipating the friction against your skin. The sound of the room is a muffled, watery clatter. You hear the sharp glug 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 of the water being poured from the ewer, followed by the soft, sibilant splash as you submerge the sponge. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Cleanliness, men and women who view a layer of natural oil as a sign of the spiritual decay, this nightly ordeal is a cathedral of the poor, but to you it is a symphony of thermal torture. You hear the rhythmic slap drip of the water hitting the floor cloth, and the low-frequency mumble of your own teeth chattering in the damp air. You feel the pressure of the brushing rule. In 1888, your hair is not just a biological feature. It is a social ledger that must be audited every evening. If you are a lady, you are subject to the 100-stroke mandate. You must sit perfectly still while your maid, or your own aching arm, performs the rhythm of the boar bristle. The texture of the brush is stiff and unyielding, a row of animal hairs designed to stimulate the scalp until it glows with virtuous health. The sound of the brushing is a rhythmic, dry shush shush shush, a sound like a distant sea moving over dry shingle. The system has decided that unrestrained hair is a sign of unstable character. You must spend 20 minutes in a rhythmic, arm-numbing labour just to ensure that your hair is disciplined for the night. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the candle fumes and the damp towel, and you realise that your evening rest is actually a theatre of the scalp. The elite who govern the social purity believe that the night toilet is where the self-control of the race is visualised. They sit in their warm libraries, judging the moral tone of the neighbourhood based on how many hairbrushes are visible on the dressing table. They have turned a collection of bristles and soap into a gauntlet of the domestic soul. The rule of the night cream is a masterpiece of tactile micromanagement. You must apply a layer of cold cream, a heavy lard-based ointment that smells of stale roses and chemistry, to your face and hands. The texture is a slick, non-porous mask that makes your skin feel as though it's been wrapped in a layer of butter. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not flinch when the rhythm of the grease makes your fingers slide off the candlestick. To show discomfort is to announce that you are spiritually unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose skin refuses to follow the geometry of the apothecary. You breathe in the scent of the heated tallow and the dry, ashy odour of the tooth powder, a gritty, chalky substance that tastes of camphor and correction. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant thud of the kitchen door being bolted for the night, a rhythmic thumping reminder that the world of industry is finally pausing, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in strokes of the brush. You are a subject of the purity monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the retiring hour, a rhythmic, slightly shivering finality, you realise that in the Victorian world even your own skin is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last, heavy breath of the lavender-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional hygiene, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the water ewer being returned to its stand, a sound that signals the end of the toilet and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the restricted sleep. The shivering finality of your hygiene ritual is complete, and you now stand before the centerpiece of your bedchamber, the sleeping monument. The temperature in the room has reached a state of glacial stagnation, a cold so deep it seems to have frozen the very shadows against the heavy oak wardrobe. In 1888, the act of lying down is not merely a biological necessity, it is a moral posture, governed by the upright sleeping rule. You're standing next to a bed that looks less like a place of rest and more like a carefully constructed fortress of fabric and fear. The air around the mattress is a stagnant, feathery trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of ancestral dust and arsenic, a sharp mixture of the cedar blocks used to ward off moths, the heavy, sweet rot of the damp wallpaper, and the distinctive, earthy odour of the goose-down burden. Hundreds of pounds of feathers packed into a ticking that hasn't been aired since the Jubilee. You take a breath, and the air feels weighted, as if the molecules are thick with the lint of 1,000 unwashed blankets. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic exhale, a tiny cloud of white vapour that signals your preparation for the ordeal of the bolster. You reach out to pull back the counterpane. The texture is a study in stiffened propriety. It is heavy white marcella, a quilted cotton fabric that feels as thick as a carpet and carries a rhythmic, embossed cold that numbs your fingertips. In 1888, the rules of correct repose, dictated by the self-important authors of the Bedroom Companion, state that to sleep perfectly flat is to invite apoplexy and unholy dreams. You're looking at a bolster, a long cylindrical pillow as hard as a frozen log, designed to prop your head and shoulders up at a virtuous 45-degree angle. You run your hand over the pillow slip. The texture is abrasive, starched linen, a surface so stiff it seems to be challenging your face to a duel. The sound of the bedding is a dry, papery rustle. You hear the sharp crack of the starch breaking as you fold the sheet, followed by the deep, hollow thud of the bolster being adjusted. To the elite members of the Physiological Society, men who view the human brain as a delicate vessel that must never be allowed to pool with blood, this angled sleep is a cathedral of the circulation, but to you it is a symphony of the stiff neck. You hear the rhythmic creak-snap of the iron bed frame and the low-frequency mumble of your own heartbeat thudding against the unyielding linen. You feel the pressure of the curtain mandate. In 1888, the medical elite believed that the night air is a carrier of the miasma, a poisonous vapour that rises from the streets to contaminate the innocent. To save you, the rules of sanitary seclusion state that your bed must be encased in four-poster drapes, heavy floor-to-ceiling velvet curtains that turn your sleeping space into a stifling, oxygen-starved box. You reach out to slide the curtains shut. The texture is a dusty, suffocating velvet, a fabric that feels like it's absorbing the very sound of your breath. The sound of the curtains moving is a metallic, rhythmic screech, the sound of brass rings sliding. Over a wooden pole, the system has decided that unfiltered air is a sign of domestic negligence. You must spend your night in a rhythmic, humid darkness, breathing your own recycled carbon just to ensure that you are protected from the fog. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow hot and cloying within the velvet cage, and you realise that your nightly rest is actually a theatre of the cocoon. The elite who govern the national health believe that the bed is where the character of the sleeper is fortified. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs judging the moral fibre of their peers based on whether their bed curtains are sufficiently opaque. They have turned the act of dreaming into a gauntlet of the drapery. The rule of the nightlight is a masterpiece of visual micromanagement. You are forbidden from sleeping in total darkness. You must keep a small, wartime floating light, a wick in a cup of oil burning on the nightstand. The texture of the light is a flickering, oily amber that casts long, distorted shadows of the furniture against the curtains. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by imagination, ensuring that you do not flinch when the rhythm of the wick makes the shadows seem to crawl toward your bed. To show fear of the night is to announce that you are spiritually fragile, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose mind refuses to follow the geometry of the candlelight. You breathe in the scent of the heated oil and the dry, ashy odour of the woolen underblanket. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic clink-clink of the night watchman's keys as he checks the street door, a thumping reminder that the world of order is still standing guard, while you are trapped in a bed where time is measured in rhythmic gasps for air. You are a subject of the somnambulant monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final recline, a rhythmic, slightly dizzy collapse into the bolster, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your sleep is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly free. You take one last, heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional exhaustion, and you hear the rhythmic hiss of the candle being extinguished, a sound that signals the end of the day's rules and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the regulated dawn. The regulated dawn has arrived with the subtlety of a lead hammer, and though you have survived the bolster and the velvet cocoon, the temperature in your morning room has entered a state of chlorophyll-scented fever. The sun is struggling to pierce the thick yellow London fog, but inside your glass-walled conservatory, the heat is a humid, artificial tropics. In 1888, the elites who govern the social sentiment, the self-appointed translators of the botanical soul, have decided that speech is too direct and therefore vulgar. To communicate your true feelings, you must engage in the theatre of the stem. You are standing in a space where the air is a cloying, pollen-heavy trap. It is a localized climate that smells of empire and earth, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of damp peat, the metallic tang of the greenhouse heaters, and the heavy sweet musk of night-scented stock, a flower that the Victorians believe possesses the power to reveal a secret longing. You take a breath, and the air feels liquid, as if the moisture from the ferns has turned the atmosphere into a floral soup. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you are now a subject of the choreography protocol. You reach out to touch the petal of a striped carnation. The texture is a study in velvety rejection. It is soft and cool, yet its edges feel as sharp as a social snub. In 1888, the rules of floral syntax, dictated by the authors of The Language of Flowers, state that a bouquet is not a gift, but a coded legal document. You cannot simply choose flowers because they are beautiful. If you send a striped carnation, you are publicly announcing a refusal of love. To the elite members of the gardenesque society, men and women who view a rosebud as a preposition and a lily as a verb, this conservatory is a library of the leaf. But to you, it is a symphony of botanical anxiety. You hear the rhythmic snip-snip of the gardener's shears in the background and the low-frequency mumble of your own mind trying to remember if a yellow rose means friendship or a devastating case of jealousy. If you make a mistake in your floral grammar, the rules of 1888 have no mercy for you. You have effectively committed an act of accidental treason against your own reputation. The sound of the conservatory is a rhythmic dripping condensation. You hear the slow, deliberate plip-plop of water falling from a palm frond onto the tiled floor, a sound that seems to be measuring the growth of your social confusion. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle of tissue paper as you begin to arrange a tussy-mussy, a small circular bouquet meant to be held in a rhythmic gloved hand. To the architects of sentiment, the position of the flower is as critical as the species. If you offer a bouquet with the right hand, the rules dictate that the answer is yes. With the left hand, it is no. If you hand the flowers to a partner upside down, you have inverted the entire meaning of the message. It is a rhythm of the wrist that turns a simple gesture into a high-stakes gamble with the laws of meaning. You feel the pressure of the thorn rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believed that beauty must be earned through a study of the pain. You're forbidden from removing the thorns from a gift rose. To do so is to suggest that the recipient is fragile or spiritually weak. You must grip the stem with a steady, rhythmic endurance, feeling the sharp, cold points bite into your palm through the silk of your glove. The texture of the stem is rough and treacherous, a tactile reminder that sincerity in the Victorian world is often a biological hazard. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the greenhouse miasma, and you realise that your tribute of affection is actually a theatre of the encryption. The elite who govern the national flora believe that the garden is where the order of the heart is disciplined. They sit in their wrought-iron chairs, judging the moral tone of the neighbourhood based on whether their neighbours' bouquets are grammatically correct. They have turned a collection of petals and nectar into a gauntlet of the metaphor. The rule of the dead leaf is a masterpiece of symbolic micromanagement. To include a single withered leaf in an arrangement is to announce a state of permanent melancholy. The texture of the leaf is brittle and ashy, and its smell is bitter and decayed. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by spontaneity, ensuring that you do not add a flower simply because it looks cheerful. To show a lack of intent in your flowers is to announce that you are spiritually illiterate, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose emotions refuse to follow the geometry of the petal. You breathe in the scent of the heated glass and the dry, ashy odour of the floral dictionary, a heavy, ink-stained volume that tastes of camphor and classification. You feel the vibration of the city's heart, the distant rumble of a coal wagon on the bridge, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of commerce is still moving, while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in wilting rates. You are a subject of the botanical monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the bouquet delivery, a rhythmic, slightly nervous march toward the hallway, you realise that in the Victorian world even your garden is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease with the natural world. You take one last heavy breath of the rose-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional symbolism, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the gardener's watering can being set down, a sound that signals the end of the arrangement and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey back to the drawing-room afternoon. The chlorophyll-scented fever of the morning room has been traded for the vast cavernous heat of the Royal Opera House. The temperature here is a gaslit furnace, a thick, stagnant warmth, generated by 3,000 gas jets and the collective humid presence of the gilded tier. In 1888, the elite who govern the national culture, the self-appointed patrons of the high note, have decided that the theatre is not a place for art, but a theatre of the surveyed. You're sitting in a private box, and the air is a stagnant, velvet-lined trap. It is a localised climate that smells of empire and excess, a sharp mixture of heated brass, the metallic tang of the gas valves, the dry ashy dust of the stage curtain, and the heavy sweet musk of opera binoculars, the smell of cold glass and old leather. You take a breath, and the air feels thick and dramatic, as if the molecules have been rehearsed and costumed by the state. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the gaudy gauntlet. You reach out to touch the railing of the private box. The texture is a study in gilded friction. It is hard, cold plaster covered in a layer of gold leaf that feels as thin and fragile as your own social standing. In 1888, the rules of public observation, dictated by the authors of The Lady's Guide to the Opera, state that the performance on the stage is secondary to the performance in the seats. You cannot simply watch the opera, you must be seen watching it correctly. You run your hand over the opera glasses. The texture is cold, unyielding brass, a heavy weight that you must hold with a steady, rhythmic grace to signal to the rest of the house that you are a connoisseur of the nuance. The sound of the room is a muffled, sibilant rustle. You hear the sharp snap of a fan being opened in the next box, followed by the soft, rhythmic flip of the programmes. To the elite members of the Committee of Taste, men and women who view a sneeze during an aria as an act of domestic sabotage, this evening is a cathedral of the glissando, but to you it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic hiss of the gas jets and the low-frequency mumble of guests debating the morality of the soprano. You feel the pressure of the box protocol. In 1888, where you sit is a map of the ancestry. You're forbidden from leaning too far forward. To do so is to manifest a vulgar curiosity that suggests you have never seen a stage before. You must sit, perfectly upright, your spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of indifference. The texture of the seat is scratchy, industrial velvet, a fabric designed to keep you from sliding into a state of unrefined comfort. The system has decided that unsupervised looking is a sign of unstable character. You must practice the Victorian scan, a rhythmic sweeping movement of your opera glasses that acknowledges the other boxes without lingering on the occupants. If you stare too long at a rival's jewellery, the rules of 1888 have no mercy for you. You've effectively committed an act of accidental theft against their dignity. The elite who govern the social high believe that the theatre is where the hierarchy of the nation is visualised. They sit in their velvet cages, judging the moral tone of the city, based on whether the audience applauds at the rhythmically correct moment. They have turned a collection of songs and stories into a gauntlet of the posture. The rule of the fan is a masterpiece of silent micromanagement. Every rhythmic movement of your fan is a signal to the men in the pit. To fan yourself slowly is to announce a state of polite boredom. To fan yourself rapidly is to suggest a dangerous case of enthusiasm. The texture of the fan ribs is cool, carved ivory, and its smell is bitter and sandalwood. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the plot, ensuring that you do not appear moved by the tragedy on the stage. To show emotion at the theatre is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who lets their heart interfere with the geometry of the evening. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the stale bouquets. You feel the vibration of the orchestra in the very marrow of your bones, a rhythmic, thumping bass that seems to be trying to shake the vulgarity of the street out of your soul. You are a subject of the chromatic. Monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the interval sequence, a rhythmic, slightly chilly march toward the foyer of the judgment, you realize that in the Victorian world, even your art is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease with your own senses. You take one last heavy breath of the perfume-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional spectacle, and you hear the rhythmic thud of the heavy velvet curtain being lowered, a sound that signals the end of the act and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the exit carriage. The gaslit furnace of the opera has been traded for the vast, unpredictable meadow chill of an afternoon excursion to the countryside. The temperature here is a moist, deceptive heat, a localized climate where the sun bakes the top of your heavy silk hat, while the damp, unmoving air of the riverbank clings to your ankles. In 1888, the elite who govern the alfresco sentiment, the self-appointed regulators of the wilderness soul, have decided that nature is not a place for relaxation, but a theatre of the outdoor audit. You are standing in a manicured clearing, and the air is a stagnant, pollen-heavy trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of nature and naphtha, a sharp mixture of crushed clover, the metallic tang of the silver hamper latches, and the heavy, sweet musk of pork pie jelly, a cold, savoury grease that the Victorians believe is the only socially acceptable fuel for a proper picnic. You take a breath, and the air feels unfiltered and dangerous, as if the oxygen of the meadow is trying to bypass the starch of your identity. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the botanical gauntlet. You reach out to touch the edge of the wicker hamper. The texture is a study in braided frustration. It is rough, sun-dried willow that feels like 1,000 tiny wooden claws against your gloved fingertips. In 1888, the rules of rural refinement, dictated by the authors of The Outdoor Companion, state that a picnic is a moral examination of your ability to maintain domestic order in the face of gravity and insects. You cannot simply sit on the grass. That would be beastly and suggestive. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the rug deployment, a shivering repetitive ritual involving a heavy wool tartan blanket that has been engineered to trap every moisture droplet in the parish. You run your hand over the damask napkin. The texture is stiff, abrasive whiteness, a surface so starched it seems to be challenging the very concept of a breeze. The sound of the picnic is a muffled, clattering symphony. You hear the sharp clink, clink, clink of the silver forks being unpacked from their velvet slots, followed by the soft, sibilant rustle of the tissue paper protecting the cold tongue. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Natural Spontaneity, men and women who view a grass stain as a sign of inherent spiritual decay, this afternoon is a cathedral of the crumb. But to you it is a symphony of postural torture. You hear the rhythmic buzz-hum of a persistent horsefly, and the low-frequency mumble of your own mind trying to remember if the rule of the field allows you to remove your gloves to peel an orange. You feel the pressure of the caterpillar composure. In 1888, the curators of decency believe that self-control is the only shield against the wilderness. You're forbidden from flinching when a spider explores the lace of your collar. To do so is to manifest a hysterical temperament that suggests you're unfit for the responsibilities of the empire. You must sit perfectly upright on the uneven ground, your spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of indifference. The texture of the grass beneath the rug is lumpy and uncooperative, a biological rebellion against the geometry of the seating chart. The system has decided that unsupervised leisure is a sign of unstable character. You're shadowed by a chaperone naturalist, a woman who smells of dried mint and judgment, who watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the scenery with a loud laugh or an unscripted gesture. The texture of the air is humid and thick, carrying the fine, dry particles of the hay fever miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow hot under the weight of your heavy wool layers, and you realize that your day in the sun is actually a theatre of the supervised meadow. The elite who govern the national recreation believe that the picnic is where the discipline of the family is tested by the ant. They sit on their folding stools judging the moral tone of the district based on whether the hostess can serve a cup of lukewarm tea without letting a ladybird compromise the dignity of the saucer. They have turned a collection of trees and birds into a gauntlet of the decorum. The rule of the leftover is a masterpiece of symbolic micromanagement. You must never appear hungry. You must leave exactly 1/4 of your sandwich on the plate to prove you are unburdened by physical requirements. The texture of the bread is dry and sun-baked, and its smell is bitter and floury. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the view, ensuring that you do not notice the rhythm of the cramp in your folded legs. To show discomfort in nature is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who prefers a roof and a chair to the moral elevation of the damp earth. You breathe in the scent of the heated river mud and the dry, ashy odour of the stale lavender used to scent the hamper lining. You feel the vibration of the distant railway train, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of progress is still moving, while you're trapped in a field where time is measured in ripening rates. You are a subject of the pastoral monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the packing ritual, a rhythmic, slightly exhausted march back to the carriage, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your relationship with the earth is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease under the open sky. You take one last, heavy breath of the pollen-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional landscape, and you hear the rhythmic clack of the hamper lid being shut, a sound that signals the end of the excursion and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey back to the drawing-room twilight. The pastoral humidity of the picnic has been replaced by the vast, unmoving, scholarly freeze of the private library. The temperature here is a profound, windowless chill, a cold that seems to have been cultivated over decades to discourage the growth of mould and the survival of a wandering thought. In 1888, the elite who govern the national intellect, the self-appointed deans of the moral shelf, have decided that reading is not a pleasure, but a theatre of the disciplined mind. You're standing in a room where the air is a stagnant, leather-scented trap. It is a localised climate that smells of empire and erudition, a sharp mixture of ancient binding glue, the dry alkaline dust of disintegrating vellum, and the heavy sweet musk of Russia leather, a birch oil-treated hide that the Victorians believe is the only scent appropriate for a serious soul. You take a breath, and the air feels brittle and academic, as if the oxygen has been dehydrated by the weight of 1,000 encyclopedias. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you are now a subject of the library protocol. You reach out to touch the spine of a heavy tome. The texture is a study in gilded roughness. It is cold, embossed calfskin that feels like the bark of a stone tree against your fingertips decorated, with gold leaf that leaves a rhythmic metallic glitter on your skin. In 1888, the rules of correct consumption of literature, dictated by the authors of the Guide to the Domestic Library, state that a book is not a companion but a moral audit. You cannot simply read what you enjoy. If you are a gentleman, you are subject to the mandate of the heavy work. You must spend your morning struggling with a history of the Holy Roman Empire or a treatise on political economy, books that possess the structural integrity of a brick and the narrative charm of a tax ledger. You run your hand over the page edge. The texture is jagged and uncut, a tactile reminder that effort in the Victorian world is a requirement for enlightenment. To use a paper knife too quickly is to commit an act of intellectual haste, a sign that you are a spiritually superficial person who values the destination over the rhythm of the journey. The sound of the library is a relentless rhythmic ticking. You hear the tall case clock in the corner, a sound that seems to be measuring the slow evaporation of your curiosity. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle flap of the pages and the rhythmic creak groan of the library ladder. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Frivolous Reading, men and women who view a sensational novel as a direct threat to the stability of the family, this room is a laboratory of the will. They have created the rule of the reading posture. You must sit in a reading chair, a heavy oak device designed to ensure that your spine remains as vertical as a Greek column. The texture of the seat is scratchy, horsehair upholstery, a fabric designed to keep you from drifting into a state of unrefined comfort. It is a rhythm of the vertebrae that ensures you do not slump into a state of imaginative degeneracy, a physical manifestation of a system that views a relaxed neck as a sign of an unstable moral fibre. You feel the pressure of the gendered reading rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that the brain of the woman must be protected from the heat of the plot. If you are a lady, you are handed Poetry of the Hearth, soft, velvet-bound volumes that smell of pressed violets and resignation. You must practice the etiquette of the verse, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is uplifted but unexcited. The texture of the paper is slick and creamy, carrying the rhythm of the rhyming couplet like a nursery rhyme for adults. To be caught with a French novel, the yellow back of the demi-monde, is to announce a state of spiritual crisis. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the dust of the dead author, and you realise that your quiet hour is actually a theatre of the censored heart. The elite who govern the national taste believe that the library is where the hierarchy of the thought is disciplined. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of the house based on whether the books on the lower shelves are sufficiently heavy. They have turned a collection of stories into a gauntlet of the drab. The rule of the silence is a masterpiece of auditory micromanagement. You must never read aloud. You must maintain a posture of internalized seclusion, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a stray laugh or a gasp of surprise. The texture of the air on your tongue is dry and ashy, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the binding miasma. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not notice the rhythm of the chill in your fingers. To show a need for a fire while reading is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who prefers physical warmth to the moral elevation of the cold page. You breathe in the scent of the heated wax and the dry, ashy odour of the inkstand. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic thump-thump of the laundry-maid beating a carpet in the yard, a thumping reminder that the world of labour is still moving, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in paragraphs of the proper fact. You're a subject of the intellectual monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the closing of the volume, a rhythmic, slightly exhausted finality, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your mind is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease with a story. You take one last heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional education, and you hear the rhythmic thud of the book being returned to its slot, a sound that signals the end of the study and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the drawing-room reflection. The scholarly frieze of the library has been replaced by the flickering, gaslit humidity of the parlour card room. The temperature here is a competitive fever, a localised warmth generated by the proximity of four bodies leaned over a single table and the frantic burning of the gaming tapers. In 1888, the elite who govern the rational amusement, the self-appointed regulators of the leisurely will, have decided that even a game of cards must be a theatre of the disciplined heart. You're standing near the whist table, and the air is a stagnant, starch-heavy trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of adhesive and anxiety, a sharp mixture of the glue used to stiffen the cards, the metallic tang of the silver score markers, and the heavy sweet musk of spirit of wine, a high-proof alcohol the Victorians believe is necessary to maintain the rhythmic intellectual stamina required for a 3-hour session of silent play. You take a breath, and the air feels bristling and brittle, as if the oxygen has been sharpened by the stakes. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the gauntlet of the bays. You reach out to touch the surface of the card table. The texture is a study in prickly friction. It is green baize, a rough wool-felt fabric that feels like 1,000 tiny needles against your wrists, engineered to prevent the cards from sliding and to muffle the vulgar sound of the coin. In 1888, the rules of evening amusements, dictated by the authors of The Table Manners of the Gentry, state that a game is not a diversion, but a psychological audit. You cannot simply play to win. If you are a lady, you are subject to the mandate of the gentle loser. You must lose your coins with a steady, rhythmic smile, ensuring that you do not manifest a greedy or unladylike spirit that suggests you actually value the money. You run your fingers over the playing cards. The texture is slick, paper-cut cold, a row of white, linen-finished rectangles that seem to be auditing your very grip. The sound of the room is a muffled, percussive snap. You hear the sharp thump-thump of the cards hitting the bays, followed by the soft, sibilant rustle of a silk sleeve. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Temperate Play, men and women who view an emotional reaction at the table as a sign of inherent spiritual chaos, this evening is a cathedral of the poker face. But to you it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic clink-clink of the ivory fish, the gaming counters, and the low-frequency mumble of partners communicating through the rhythm of the glance. If you find your hand particularly poor, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must play with a steady rhythmic composure, pretending that your Queen of Hearts is as meaningless as a grocery list, while your heart beats a frantic tattoo against your ribs. You feel the pressure of the silence rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believed that speech is the enemy of the calculation. You're forbidden from talking while the cards are in motion. To do so is to manifest a scattered mind that suggests you're unfit for the management of an estate. You must maintain a posture of internalized strategy, your spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of secrecy. The texture of the air on your tongue is dry and dusty, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the cardboard miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the gas lamps and the damp coats of the observers, and you realize that your evening of fun is actually a theatre of the supervised impulse. The elite who govern the national conduct believe that the card table is where the risk management of the empire is visualized. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of the house, based on whether the players can endure a loss without a deplorable change in breathing. They have turned a collection of paper and ink into a gauntlet of the self-control. The rule of the deal is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You must shuffle with a rhythmic, understated elegance, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a showy display of dexterity. The texture of the counters is cold and bone-like, and their smell is bitter and clinical. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the outcome, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the rhythm of the game favours you. To show joy at winning is to announce that you're spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who lets their wallet interfere with the geometry of the gentleman. You breathe in the scent of the heated varnish and the dry ashy odour of the counter dish. You feel the vibration of the city's heart, the distant rhythmic clop-clop of a hansom cab in the street, a thumping reminder that the world of time is still moving, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in tricks and rubber. You're a subject of the gaming monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final hand, a rhythmic, slightly exhausted finality, you realize that in the Victorian world, even your play is a labyrinth of rules, designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the card-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional distraction, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the silver marker being moved, a sound that signals the end of the game and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the retiring midnight. The gaming midnight has finally released its grip, and the temperature in your bedchamber has settled into a triumphant icy stillness. The sun is still hours away, hidden beneath the horizon, and a thick blanket of Victorian gloom, but for you the theatre of the day has reached its final curtain call. You're standing in the centre of the room, and the air is a stagnant, weary trap that smells of exhaustion and unpinning, a sharp mixture of the dying candle smoke, the metallic tang of the cold brass bed rails, and the heavy sweet musk of release, that specific scent of skin that has been trapped under starch for 18 hours. You take a breath, and the air feels hollow and honest, as if the molecules of the room have finally stopped judging your posture. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you are now a subject of the final unmasking. You reach up to touch the collar stud or the corset lacing. The texture is a study in structural surrender. You feel the cold, hard metal of the stud as it pops free, a sharp, percussive click that vibrates in your throat. In 1888, the rules of retirement, dictated by the silent exhaustion of your own nerves, state that your identity is something you must dismantle piece by piece. You run your hand over your neck or waist, the texture is ridged and raw, a map of the day's constraints etched into your flesh. To the elite members of the Society for the Preservation of the Public Image, your body is a billboard that must be starched and pinned into submission. But to you, this moment is a cathedral of the breath. You hear the rhythmic hiss of the corset laces loosening and the low-frequency groan of your own ribs as they expand into the cold, dark air. The sound of the room is a muffled, liberating rustle. You hear the heavy, rhythmic thud of your wool layers hitting the floor mat, followed by the soft, sibilant slide of the silk or linen shift. To the architects of national decency, men who view a bare shoulder as a revolutionary act, this room is a laboratory of the vulnerable. They have created the rule of the nightly erasure. You must shed the rhythm of the status until you are nothing but a heartbeat in a dark room. You hear the rhythmic clink of the hairpins being dropped into a porcelain dish and the distant muffled clop-clop of the last carriage in the street. If you feel a lingering sense of social anxiety, The rules of 1888 have no further use for you. The rulebook has been closed, the ink has dried, and the magistrates of refinement have all gone to sleep in their own angled, starched, and suffocating beds. You feel the pressure of the gravity rule. You sink into the mattress, and the texture is a yielding, feathery relief. You're no longer a pillar of the empire or a connoisseur of the teaspoon. You're a subject of the unseen soul. The system has decided that your performance is only required during the hours of the light. Now, in the rhythmic, humid darkness of the velvet cocoon, you're granted the mercy of the anonymous. You take a shallow breath, feeling the cold air hit your lungs without the interference of a starched barrier, and you realize that your day of duty was actually a theatre of the artificial. You're a resident of a world that demanded you spend your life as a choreographed statue, yet you have managed to reach the silence of the night with your sanity, if not your neck, mostly intact. The elite who governed the Victorian will believed that the rules are what separate us from the abyss. They sat in their high chairs, judging the moral tone of a century based on whether a man lifted his hat at the correct angle of the sun. They turned every breath, every glance, and every flower into a gauntlet of the exhausting. But as you feel the vibration of the house settling, a rhythmic wooden creak that seems to be whispering "it's over," you realize that the most important etiquette rule of all is the one they never wrote down: the right to let the world vanish. You breathe in the scent of the cooling tallow and the dry, ashy odour of the dying hearth. You feel the weight of the heavy blankets settling over your chest, a rhythmic, grounding pressure that seems to be anchoring you to the present moment. You are a survivor of the starched monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the abyss of the dream, a rhythmic total surrender to the darkness, you realize that in the Victorian world, the only time you're truly free is when you're no longer visible. You take one last heavy breath of the night-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of historical silence, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the wind against the soot-stained glass, a sound that signals the end of the rules and the beginning of the final soft and liberating journey toward the forgotten dawn. You have survived the city and its thousand suffocating rules. You have navigated the maze of calling cards, soup spoons, and starched collars. Now you get to rest. Let the darkness wrap around you, not as a threat, but as a blanket. Let the quiet fill your mind. The story is over. The work is done. The social register has been closed for the night. Sleep well. The past isn't going anywhere. It will be there if you ever want to. Visit again. But for now, just drift. Good night. Welcome back to the year 1888. The good news? You've survived the night within the feathery, velvet-lined fortress of your bed. The bad news? The sun has dared to rise again, and with it, a fresh ledger of 500 social obligations has been unrolled at your doorstep. The air in your bedchamber is a bracing morning mist chill, a localized climate that feels as though the London fog has finally managed to seep through the keyhole and settle on your quilt. The temperature is a sharp, waking freeze that makes your skin retreat into the warmth of your linen shift. You are lying perfectly still, listening to the house begin its rhythmic, industrial-grade awakening. The air smells of domestic resumption, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of the first coal smoke being stoked in the downstairs grates, the metallic tang of the copper warming pans being hurried through the hallways, and the heavy, sweet musk of fresh beeswax, the scent of the housemaids already at work on the floorboards. You take a breath, and the air feels stiff and expectant, as if the room itself is waiting for you to perform the correct opening of the eyes. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs, white against the dark mahogany headboard, as you navigate the morning greeting gauntlet. You reach out to touch the bed curtain. The texture is a study in nightly saturation. It is heavy, light-blocking damask that feels cold and slightly damp to the touch, having absorbed the humidity of your own sleep. In 1888, the rules of proper re-entry, dictated by the self-appointed deans of household harmony, state that your morning mood is a matter of municipal concern. You cannot simply wake up in a natural state of irritability. That would be beastly. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the gracious awakening, a choreographed sequence of smiles and soft tones designed to ensure that the servants do not report a state of spiritual crisis to the neighbours. You run your hand over the silk fringe of the curtain. The texture is tangled and cold, a rhythmic, tactile reminder that your day of performance has officially begun. The sound of the house is a muffled subterranean rumble. You hear the sharp clink, clink, clink of the fire irons in the room below, followed by the soft, sibilant shush of the housemaid's broom. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Domestic Punctuality, men and women who view a late breakfast as a sign of inherent national decline, this morning hour is a cathedral of the clockwork, but to you it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic thud-thud of the hot water ewer being placed on the landing, and the low-frequency mumble of the knocker-up tapping on the window of the house across the street. If you find your head particularly heavy, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit up with a steady, rhythmic grace, pretending that the weight of the bolster was a pleasure rather than a physical ordeal. You feel the pressure of the greeting rule. In 1888, how you say good morning is a forensic audit of your breeding. You are forbidden from speaking until you have reached the first threshold, the moment your feet hit the floor cloth. You must practice the Victorian salutation, a rhythmic, understated nod, and a pitch-perfect good morning to the maid who enters with your tea. To be too friendly is to compromise the station. To be too cold is to manifest a deplorable lack of Christian charity. The system has decided that unregulated morning behaviour is a sign of an unstable moral fibre. You are shadowed by the ghost of propriety, the collective expectation of the city, which watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the morning with a yawn. The texture of the air on your tongue is dry and ashy, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the carpet dust. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the new light, ensuring that you do not notice the rhythm of the shiver in your limbs. To show a need for a second blanket is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values physical luxury over the moral elevation of the early hour. You breathe in the scent of the Earl Grey tea being poured, a sharp, bergamot-heavy vapour that tastes of camphor and correction. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant thud of the coal scuttle, a thumping reminder that the world of labour is moving, while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in strokes of the grooming brush. You're a subject of the waking monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the first dressing, a rhythmic, slightly stiff march toward the washstand, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of opening your eyes is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You have navigated the stairs with a rhythmic, measured gait, avoiding the vulgarity of a hasty descent, and now you stand at the threshold of the morning room. The temperature here is a bipolar climate, a localised humid fog of steam rising from the silver cloches on the sideboard, clashing with the proper morning draught leaking through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In 1888, the elite who govern the matutinal mood, the self-appointed regulators of the breakfast will, have decided that the first meal of the day is a theatre of the minimum engagement. You're standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, starch-heavy trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and fish glue, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of smoked kippers, the metallic tang of the silver polish, and the heavy sweet musk of standard porridge. A grey, viscous substance that the Victorians believe provides the necessary moral ballast for a morning of social posturing. You take a breath, and the air feels oily and uninviting, as if the molecules have been cooked in mutton fat. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you are now a subject of the matutinal silence protocol. You reach out to touch the toast rack. The texture is a study in gilded frigidity. It is cold, silver-plated wire that holds the bread in a rhythmic, isolated line, ensuring that each slice is exposed to as much draught as possible. In 1888, the rules of correct crunch, dictated by the authors of the Breakfast Table Manual, state that warm toast is a sign of unregulated appetites and kitchen-level domesticity. Refinement is measured by the temperature of your bread. To be truly elite, your toast must possess the structural integrity of a roof tile and the thermal profile of a gravestone. You run your fingers over the butter knife. The texture is slick, silver-cut cold, a heavy tool that you must handle with a steady, rhythmic grace to signal that you're not spiritually hungry. The sound of the room is a muffled, percussive symphony. You hear the sharp clink of a silver spoon hitting a soft-boiled egg, followed by the dry, rhythmic snap, snap, snap of the newspaper being unfolded. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Morning Enthusiasm, men and women who view a cheerful greeting before 10 o'clock as an act of social violence, This room is a cathedral of the grump, but to you it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic hiss of the spirit lamp under the coffee urn and the low-frequency mumble of your host hiding behind the Times. The newspaper rule is a masterpiece of psychological segregation. You are forbidden from speaking while the master of the house is ingesting the news. To do so is to manifest a deplorable lack of civic reverence. You must sit in a posture of permanent patience, eyes fixed on your kipper as if you were trying to memorize its skeletal structure. To show a need for conversation is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who needs to verify their social status before noon. You feel the pressure of the eggshell rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that the shell is the mirror of the soul. You're forbidden from smashing your egg open with a single, barbaric strike. You must perform the rhythm of the decapitation, a delicate, repetitive tapping with the back of a silver spoon until the top is removed with surgical grace. The texture of the shell is brittle and thin, and its smell is sulphurous and clinical. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the stomach, ensuring that you do not appear to actually enjoy the kipper. To show enthusiasm for your food at breakfast is to announce that you are spiritually unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose instincts refuse to follow the geometry of the toast rack. You breathe in the scent of the heated silver and the dry, ashy odour of the day-old ash pit. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of the footman bringing the morning post, a thumping reminder that the world of obligation is still standing guard, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in degrees of toast chill. You are a subject of the breakfast monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the marmalade transaction, a rhythmic, slightly stiff passing of a glass jar, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your appetite is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the fish-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional austerity, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the newspaper being folded, a sound that signals the end of the meal and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the morning business. The morning room has served its purpose as a theatre of silent ingestion, and now you are being pulled toward the commanding study, a small draughty office where the temperature is a pious window-side freeze. The sun is still a vague yellow smear behind the soot-stained glass, providing just enough light to remind you that your desk is covered in a fresh layer of industrial silt. In 1888, the elite who govern the domestic economy, the self-appointed deans of household management, have decided that a home is not a place for living, but a small-scale empire that must be audited daily. You're standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, ink-heavy trap. It is a localized climate that smells of stationery and stewardship, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of iron-gall ink, the dry alkaline dust of the household accounts ledger, and the heavy, sweet musk of Russia leather, the scent of the various binders and blotters waiting for your attention. You take a breath, and the air tastes of bureaucratic responsibility. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, visible in the cold air of the room as you navigate the domestic audit gauntlet. You reach out to touch the housekeeper's ledger. The texture is a study in gilded drudgery. It is a heavy, vellum-bound volume that feels cold and stiff against your fingers, its pages crackling with a rhythmic, papery protest. In 1888, the rules of correct ordering, dictated by the authors of The Lady's Guide to the Management of the Home, state that the mistress or master of the house must act as a sentinel of the penny. You cannot simply let the kitchen run itself. That would be beastly and negligent. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the morning interview, a choreographed sequence of inquiries and commands conducted with the housekeeper, who stands perfectly still, her spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of professional indifference. You run your fingers over the edge of the brass ruler used to mark the accounts. The texture is a row of cold, metal notches that measure the moral fibre of your household with every rhythmic farthing considered. The sound of the room is a relentless, rhythmic ticking. You hear the small carriage clock on the mantel, a sound that seems to be counting down the minutes until your next social emergency. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle flap of the pages and the rhythmic creak groan of the desk chair. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Thrift, men and women who view an unaccounted-for ounce of suet as a sign of inherent national decline, This morning hour is a cathedral of the balance sheet. But to you it is a symphony of social surveillance. You hear the rhythmic hiss of the gas lamp and the low-frequency mumble of the servants moving in the hallway. If you find your mind particularly weary, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must record your orders with a steady rhythmic hand, pretending that the price of candles is as interesting as the fate of the empire. You feel the pressure of the menu rule. In 1888, what your household eats is a public declaration of your moral tone. You are forbidden from choosing dishes simply because they taste good. You must practice the Victorian meal plan, a rhythmic, understated sequence of roasts and jellies that follows the geometry of the season. The system has decided that spontaneous eating is a sign of an unstable moral fibre. You must spend an hour in a rhythmic, brain-numbing debate over the correct proportion of turnips, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the weight of the pantry. To show a lack of interest in the weight of the flour is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own time over the moral elevation of the grocery bill. The texture of the air on your tongue is dry and ashy, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the ink smudge. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not notice the rhythm of the chill in your toes as you sit at the unheated desk. To show a need for a foot warmer is to announce that you are spiritually fragile, a sign that you're developing a luxurious spirit. You breathe in the scent of the heated varnish and the sharp, acidic tang of the ledger glue. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic thump-thump of the laundry maid bringing the clean linens, a thumping reminder that the world of order is still standing guard while you're trapped at a desk where time is measured in columns of the proper fact. You're a subject of the stewardship monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the housekeeper's dismissal, a rhythmic, slightly stiff nod of the head, you realise that in the Victorian world even your morning thoughts are subject to the cold, restricted flow of a rulebook that values precision over peace. The study door has closed on the ledger, but the bureaucratic chill follows you into the dressing room, where you must now perform the ceremony of the humble attire. The temperature here is a cautious, unheated dampness. In 1888, the elite who govern the charitable impulse, the self-appointed directors of district visiting, have decided that your afternoon must be dedicated to the improvement of the lower orders. You're standing in front of your wardrobe, and the air is a stagnant, wool-scented trap. It is a localized climate that smells of sanctimonious industry, a sharp mixture of mothballs, the dry, alkaline dust of the religious tracts waiting in a stack, and the heavy, sweet musk of carbolic soap. The scent you carry as a shield against the contagion of the poor. You take a breath and the air feels restrictive and righteous, as if the oxygen itself has been laundered. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you're now a subject of the almoner's protocol. You reach out to touch your visiting dress. The texture is a study in calculated simplicity. It is heavy, dark-coloured alpaca or serge that feels rough and unyielding against your skin, lacking the vulgar sheen of silk. In 1888, the rules of correct charity, dictated by the authors of the District Visitor's Companion, state that you must dress to show your superiority without flaunting your luxury. You cannot simply wear your best lace to a tenement. That would be beastly and provocative. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the dowdy devotion, a choreographed performance of muted tones and sturdy fabrics designed to ensure that the unfortunate feel the correct weight of your condescension. You run your fingers over the wicker basket. The texture is jagged, sun-dried willow, rough container that you must carry with a steady, rhythmic endurance, feeling the handle bite into your gloved palm with every step toward the lower district. The sound of the transit is a rhythmic, descending rumble. You hear the sharp clop, clop, clop of the horse's hooves as your carriage leaves the paved boulevards and enters the narrow, muddy lanes of the parish margins. The sound changes from a hollow, stone-on-stone echo to a dull, wet thud squelch. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Indiscriminate Almsgiving, men and women who view a warm loaf of bread given without a lecture as an act of social sabotage, this journey is a cathedral of the moral audit. But to you, it is a symphony of social posturing. You hear the rhythmic clink-clink of the medicine bottles in your basket, and the low-frequency mumble of the knocker-up returning to his own cramped room. If you find the stench of the alley particularly overwhelming, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must maintain a posture of pious indifference, eyes fixed on the deserving chimney pots with a steady rhythmic blinking. You feel the pressure of the basket rule. In 1888, what you carry is a public declaration of your judgment. You're forbidden from giving money. To do so is to manifest a reckless and unchristian spirit that encourages sloth. You must practice the Victorian provision, a rhythmic, understated sequence of standard rice, pious pamphlets, and instructional soup that follows the geometry of the worthy. The system has decided that unconditional help is a sign of an unstable moral fibre. You must spend your hour in a rhythmic, brain-numbing debate over whether your recipient's floor is sufficiently scrubbed to earn a flannel petticoat. To show empathy without an audit is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values a human connection over the moral elevation of the rulebook. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and sweet, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the slum soot. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by your own benevolence, ensuring that you do not notice the rhythm of the itch caused by the drafty hallway of the tenement. To show a need for your smelling salts while visiting the destitute is to announce that you are spiritually fragile, a sign that you're developing a luxurious spirit. You breathe in the scent of the rotting cabbage and the sharp, acidic tang of the tenement damp. You feel the vibration of the city's heart, the distant thud of the river docks, a thumping reminder that the world of labour is still moving, while you're trapped in a doorway where time is measured in paragraphs of the proper advice. You're a subject of the alms-giving monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the benefactor's exit, a rhythmic, slightly stiff nod toward a shivering child, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your kindness is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at one with your fellow man. The charitable dampness of the tenements has been scrubbed from your skin, and now you have returned to the sanctified interior of your drawing room. The temperature here is a dry, gas-lit hothouse, a localised warmth generated by 4 flickering jets, and a coal fire that has been stoked into a state of social readiness. In 1888, your afternoon is not a time for rest. It is the hour of the unannounced audit. You are currently standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, lavender-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and upholstery, a sharp mixture of heated velvet, the metallic tang of the silver card tray, and the heavy, sweet musk of fading lilies, the scent of a room waiting to be judged by a neighbour. You take a breath, and the air feels brittle and expensive, as if every molecule has been starched. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic exhales, a quiet signal that you are now a subject of the receiving protocol. You reach out to touch the back of your chaise longue. The texture is a study in plush inflexibility. It is deep-piled silk velvet that feels soft for a second before revealing the hard, unforgiving mahogany skeleton beneath. In 1888, the rules of correct posture, dictated by the self-appointed kings of domestic grace, state that a piece of furniture is not a seat, but a test of the spine. You cannot simply sit on a sofa. That would be beastly and languid. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the perpendicular repose, a choreographed alignment of the vertebrae where your back never actually touches the wood. You run your hand over the tassel trim. The texture is fibrous and cold, a decorative fringe that seems to be whispering about your lack of moral stiffness. The sound of the room is a rhythmic, ticking silence. You hear the heavy, brass-encased clock on the mantel, a sound that seems to be measuring the slow evaporation of your freedom. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle of the silk wall covering and the rhythmic clink of the tea urn being prepared in the pantry. To the elite members of the Society for the Preservation of Elegant Manners, men and women who view a slouching shoulder as a sign of inherent spiritual rot, this drawing room is a cathedral of the vertical, but to you it is a symphony of postural torture. You hear the rhythmic thud-thump of the front door and the low-frequency mumble of the footman announcing a morning caller at 4 in the afternoon. If you find your back particularly aching, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must rise with a steady rhythmic grace, pretending that the weight of your layers is a pleasure rather than a physical burden. You feel the pressure of the furniture maze rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that an open space is a sign of a vacant mind. Your drawing room has been crowded with ottomans, prie-dieux, and whatnots, a geometric nightmare of objects designed to ensure you never walk in a straight line. You must navigate the room with a rhythmic sweeping movement, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a clumsy step or a bumped table. The system has decided that unimpeded movement is a sign of a vulgar character. You are shadowed by the ghost of decor, the collective expectation of your class, which watches your every rhythmic step to ensure you do not clash with the drapery. The texture of the air is dusty and thick, carrying the fine, dry particles of the velvet miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the incoming guest perfume, and you realise that your quiet afternoon is actually a theatre of the supervised spine. The elite who govern the social standing believe that the drawing room is where the civilization of the home is audited. They sit in their velvet cages judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they use an antimacassar correctly. They have turned a collection of chairs and rugs into a gauntlet of the decorum. The rule of the exit is a masterpiece of social micromanagement. You must never let a guest leave without a rhythmic, understated sequence of regrets, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is uplifted by their presence, while secretly praying they never return. The texture of the guest's hand in yours is cold, kid-gloved indifference, and their smell is bitter and sandalwood. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the rhythm of the visit finally ends. To show haste in getting back to your book is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own thoughts over the moral elevation of the small talk. You breathe in the scent of the cooling candle wax and the dry, ashy odour of the stale potpourri. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant, rhythmic clink-clink of the servant cleaning the card tray, a thumping reminder that the world of service is still moving, while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in degrees of social stiffness. You're a subject of the upholstered monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the tea tray reception, a rhythmic, slightly trembling lifting of a silver pot, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your own parlour is a labyrinth of rules, designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the perfume-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the curtains being adjusted, a sound that signals the end of the calls and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the formal dinner preparation. You have retreated from the receiving protocol of the afternoon, but the respite is merely a transition into a more intense form of labour. The temperature in your dressing room has entered a state of humid, starch-edged heat. While the hallways of the house remain a draughty, stone-cold labyrinth, this room has been stoked into a localised summer by a coal fire that crackles with a rhythmic, spitting energy. In 1888, the act of preparing for dinner is not a personal choice. It is a structural engineering project mandated by the self-appointed architects of the social facade. You're standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, lavender-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of grooming and governance, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of heated silk, the metallic tang of the curling tongs, and the heavy, sweet musk of Circassian cream, a lead-based skin whitener that the Victorians believe provides the necessary noble pallor for an evening of social surveillance. You take a breath, and the air feels restrictive and dry, as if the molecules have been pressed and ironed by a specialised servant. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, visible only when you lean close to the cold silver of the vanity mirror as you navigate the evening toilette gauntlet. You reach out to touch the surface of your evening costume. The texture is a study in material domination. It is heavy, black broadcloth for a man, or a mountain of shimmering duchesse satin for a lady. The fabric feels cold and intimidating against your skin, carrying a weight that suggests you aren't putting on clothes, but rather stepping into a soft-walled prison. In 1888, the rules of correct appearance, dictated by the authors of the Gentleman's Wardrobe Audit and the Lady's Book of Costume, state that the human body is a wild element that must be disciplined into a geometric ideal. If you are a man, your shirt front has been starched to the consistency of a ceramic plate. You run your fingers over the linen shield. The texture is slick, razor-edged white, a surface so rigid it seems to be challenging your very ability to bend at the waist. If you are a lady, you feel the abrasive embrace of the seventh petticoat, a layer of stiffened horsehair that scratches at your ankles with every rhythmic shuffling step. The sound of the room is a frenetic, sibilant rustle. You hear the sharp snip-click of the valet's scissors or the maid's pins, followed by the soft, rhythmic thump-hiss of the charcoal iron being passed over your collar. To the elite members of the Society for the Preservation of the Stiff Back, men and women who view a wrinkle in a sleeve as a sign of inherent spiritual decadence, this hour is a cathedral of the crease, but to you it is a symphony of physical restriction. You hear the rhythmic clink-clink of the cufflinks being inserted and the low-frequency mumble of the servant reciting the evening schedule. The costume rule is a masterpiece of psychological compression. You're forbidden from dressing yourself. To do so is to manifest a commercial spirit that suggests you have a functioning nervous system. You must stand perfectly still, a living mannequin, while a stranger handles your buttons and adjusts your laces. It is a rhythm of the mannequin that ensures you enter the dining room as a finished product scrubbed of any hint of human effort. You feel the pressure of the starch mandate. In 1888, the curators of refinement believed that stiffness is the twin of virtue. You're encased in a detachable collar, a piece of linen so heavily treated with rice starch that it feels like a dull guillotine blade resting against your carotid artery. The texture of the collar is smooth, cold, and unforgiving, a tactile reminder that composure in the Victorian world is a biological struggle against the urge to swallow. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the dressing room miasma, and you realise that your rest before dinner is actually a theatre of the pinned limb. The system has decided that comfort is a sign of social surrender. You must spend an hour in a rhythmic, arm-numbing labour of being arranged, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the flesh. The elite who govern the national aesthetic believe that the dressing room is where the hierarchy of the skin is audited. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their peers based on whether their shirt studs are perfectly aligned. They have turned a collection of silk and bone into a gauntlet of the domestic soul. The rule of the macassar is a masterpiece of greasy micromanagement. You must apply a layer of vegetable oil to your hair until it shines with a disciplined rhythmic brilliance, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a stray follicle. The texture of the oil is slick and non-porous, and its smell is bitter and clinical. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the weight of the wig, ensuring that you do not appear uncomfortable under the heat of the gas jets. To show a need for a fan while dressing is to announce that you are spiritually fragile, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose blood refused to follow the geometry of the corset. You breathe in the scent of the heated metal and the dry, ashy odour of the toothpaste, a gritty, chalky substance that tastes of chalk and correction. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant thud of the kitchen doors being opened, a rhythmic, thumping reminder that the world of service is reaching its peak while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in buttons and hooks. You are a subject of the starched monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final mirror check, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of your own mask, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your own reflection is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the starch-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the jewellery box being shut, a sound that signals the end of the toilette and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the formal staircase. You have stepped out of your dressing room and onto the landing, but the respite of the hallway is a thermal deception. The temperature here is a moving chill, a localised draft that travels up the central stairwell like a ghost of the London winter, pulling the warmth out of your silk layers and replacing it with a fine, damp mist that smells of ancestral stone and stale gas. In 1888, the act of walking from your bedroom to the drawing room is not as simple transit. It is the procession of the hierarchy, a rhythmic high-stakes navigation governed by the rule of the upper landing. You're standing at the top of the grand staircase, and the air is a stagnant, dust-flecked trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of pedigree and paraffin, a sharp mixture of the oil used to polish the banisters, the heavy, sweet musk of the roasting sirloin rising from the basement, and the dry, ashy odour of the carpet moth powder that has been embedded in the velvet runners. You take a breath, and the air feels hollow and expectant, as if the house itself is auditing your posture. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, visible against the dark oak panelling as you navigate the descending gauntlet. You reach out to touch the railing. The texture is a study in greasy authority. It is heavy, dark timber that feels slick and cold against your palm, covered in a century's worth of beeswax and the oily residue of 1,000 nervous hands. In 1888, the rules of correct descent, dictated by the self-appointed kings of postural integrity, state that a staircase is a theatre of the vertebrae. You cannot simply walk down the stairs. That would be beastly and athletic. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the gliding spine, a choreographed sequence of steps where your head remains perfectly level, as if you were balancing a crown of lead. You run your fingers over the carved newel post. The texture is jagged and ornamental, a row of wooden fruit and griffins that bite into your fingers with every rhythmic pause of your descent. The sound of the stairwell is a rhythmic, splintering groan. You hear the sharp clack, clack, clack of your own heels hitting the wood, followed by the soft, sibilant swish of a lady's train moving over the velvet. To the elite members of the Society for the Maintenance of Architectural Deference, men and women who view a heavy footfall as a sign of inherent spiritual vulgarity, the staircase is a cathedral of the slow step, but to you it is a symphony of social balance. You hear the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall below, and the low-frequency mumble of guests arriving at the front door. If you find your knees particularly stiff, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must descend with a steady, rhythmic grace, pretending that the weight of your layers is as light as a feather, while your heart beats a frantic tattoo against your starched ribs. You feel the pressure of the precedence rule. In 1888, the order in which you walk is a public declaration of your bank account. You're forbidden from passing a social superior on the stairs. To do so is to commit an act of domestic sabotage that suggests you have no respect for the geometry of the title. You must wait at the landing in a rhythmic, shivering silence until the eldest or wealthiest guest has cleared the fifth step. The system has decided that unregulated movement is a sign of an unstable character. You're shadowed by the ghost of precedence, the collective expectation of the parish, which watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the floor plan with a display of unscripted energy. The texture of the air is dusty and thin, carrying the fine, dry particles of the Axminster miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid as you reach the ground floor and the warmth of the hallway fire, and you realise that your transit to dinner is actually a theatre of the supervised gate. The elite who govern the social threshold believe that the staircase is where the dignity of the house is visualised. They sit in their wood-panelled halls, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they look at their feet while descending. They have turned a collection of wooden planks into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the gaze is a masterpiece of visual micromanagement. You must never look at the stairs. You must look straight ahead into the void of the drawing room, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of gravity. The texture of the air on your skin is prickling and cold, carrying the sharp, acidic tang of the London smog that has snuck in with the latest guest. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the weight of the masonry, ensuring that you do not appear to be struggling with the 4 pounds of wool or silk on your back. You breathe in the scent of the heated floor wax and the dry, ashy odour of the stale hat box. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic thump-thump of the butler closing the inner doors, a thumping reminder that the world of performance is reaching its peak, while you're trapped on a staircase where time is measured in stair rods and silence. You're a subject of the Velvet Monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the drawing room entrance, a rhythmic, slightly stiff announcement of your presence, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of moving downward is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last, heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional elevation, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the servant setting down the silver tray, a sound that signals the end of the descent and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating hour of the pre-dinner purgatory. The draughty transit of the staircase has been left behind, and as you step across the threshold into the formal drawing room, the temperature undergoes a violent localised surge into a gaslit fever. The air here is a stagnant perfume trap, heated by 36 flickering jets and the collective humid presence of 20 guests, who are all pretending they aren't ravenous. In 1888, the interval between arrival and the dinner announcement is known as the purgatory of the parlour, a high-stakes audit of your ability to remain upright without any visible means of support. You're standing in a space that smells of Empire and evening sherry, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of heated brass, the metallic tang of the gas valves, and the heavy sweet musk of Spanish wine. A thick alcoholic syrup the Victorians believe provides the necessary moral lubricant for 30 minutes of meaningless conversation. You take a breath, and the air feels heavy and expectant, as if the molecules are thick with the lint of 100 unwashed fans. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs, an effort to remain socially buoyant in a room where silence is considered a confession of failure. You reach out to accept a glass from the silver salver. The texture is a study in globed friction. It is thin, fragile crystal that feels as light as an eggshell against your kid leather gloves. In 1888, the rules of pre-dinner lubrication, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the Gilded Throat, state that your drink is not a beverage, but a prop. You cannot simply drink your sherry. That would be beastly and thirsty. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the sip and survey, a choreographed sequence where you hold the glass at chest level, using it as a visual anchor while you audit the room for social predators. You run your fingers over the cut glass stem. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of crystal teeth that bite into your gloved palm with every rhythmic adjustment of your grip. The sound of the room is a muffled baritone drone. You hear the delicate, rhythmic clink-chink of glasses being touched, followed by the soft, sibilant rustle of the hostess's silk coattails as she maneuvers partners for the procession. To the elite members of the Council of Proper Pairs, men and women who view an unbalanced dinner table as a sign of inherent social chaos, this half hour is a cathedral of the matchmaking, but to you it is a symphony of mental exhaustion. You hear the rhythmic hiss of the gas jets and the low-frequency mumble of your partner discussing the aesthetics of the latest rainfall. If you find the conversation particularly dull, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must listen with a steady, rhythmic nodding, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is enchanted by the trivial. You feel the pressure of the verticality mandate. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that leaning is the parent of the revolution. You're forbidden from touching the furniture. To lean your elbow on the mantel or to rest your weight against a sofa back is to announce that you lack internal moral stiffness. You must stand perfectly upright, your spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of authority, judging your own moral fibre based on the ache in your lower back. The system has decided that unsupported, standing is the ultimate test of the aristocracy. The texture of the air on your skin is prickling and dry, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the upholstery dust. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the coal gas and the heavy perfume of the tuberous arrangements, and you realise that your rest before the feast is actually a theatre of the supervised vertebrae. The elite who govern the social threshold believe that the drawing room is where the hierarchy of the state is verified before ingestion. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they hold their sherry glass by the base or the bowl. They have turned a collection of crystal and velvet into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the glance is a masterpiece of visual micromanagement. You must never look at the door. To do so is to manifest a vulgar hunger that suggests you value the mutton over the company. You must practice the Victorian indifference, a rhythmic sweeping movement of the eyes that acknowledges the room without appearing to anticipate the meal. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and sweet, carrying the dry, chalky taste of the rice powder floating in the humid air. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the dying fire. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of the butler adjusting his livery in the hallway. A thumping reminder that the world of service is reaching its peak, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in degrees of social thirst. You are a subject of the stifling monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the butler's announcement, a rhythmic, slightly booming dinner is served, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your anticipation is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last, heavy breath of the perfume-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional patience, and you hear the rhythmic click of the double doors being opened, a sound that signals the end of the wait and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the formal procession. The butler's voice still hangs in the air like a heavy velvet curtain. a low-frequency vibration that signals the transition from the purgatory of the parlour to the sanctified walk. The temperature in the drawing room has reached its humid peak, but as you prepare to move, you feel the river of ice snaking in from the hallway. In 1888, the act of walking 20 feet from one room to another is not a transit. It is the formal procession, a high-stakes rhythmic migration governed by the rule of the offered elbow. You're standing in a space that smells of anticipatory hunger and misplaced pride, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of the roasting mutton fat drifting up from the basement, the heavy, sweet rot of the guests' wilting boutonnieres, and the dry, ashy scent of the drawing-room hearth that has finally given up its ghost. You take a breath, and the air feels tight and starched, as if the molecules themselves are standing at attention. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you wait for the goddess of precedence to decide your place in the line. You reach out to offer your arm, the left one, as the rules of correct coupling dictate. The texture is a study in frictional diplomacy. If you are a man, your sleeve is a rough, heavy wool that has been brushed until it looks like polished stone. If you are a lady, your gloved hand rests upon that sleeve like a fragile kid-leather ghost. In 1888, the rules of the procession, codified in the arbiter of the entryway, state that the connection between a pair must be one of architectural support rather than physical affection. You must never clutch. You must provide a scaffold of the elbow. You run your fingers over the sleeve friction, the texture of silk against wool, and it feels like a low-grade electrical charge, a tactile reminder that every square inch of your body is currently a subject of the national audit. The sound of the hallway is an oceanic rustle. As the procession begins, you hear the collective rhythmic swish, swish, swish of a dozen silk trains moving over the floor cloth, a sound like a gentle tide coming in over dry shingle. It is the sound of the status, a percussive evidence of the hundreds of pounds of fabric being mobilized for the purpose of a dinner. To the elite members of the Council of the Correct Walk, men and women who view a stumble in the hallway as a sign of inherent social instability, the procession is a cathedral of the synchronized step, but to you it is a symphony of postural dread. You hear the rhythmic clack-clack of your heels and the muffled thump of the person behind you, a sound that measures the distance between your reputation and the floor. You feel the pressure of the precedence hierarchy. In 1888, who walks behind whom is a physical manifestation of the ledger. The host leads with the highest-ranking lady, and you must wait in a rhythmic, shivering silence until the exact moment your social value allows you to cross the threshold. The system has decided that unregulated walking is a sign of a vulgar character. You're shadowed by the ghost of the ancestry, the collective weight of every grandfather in the room, which watches your every rhythmic step to ensure you do not contaminate the order with a display of unscripted speed. The texture of the air in the hallway is gritty and thin, carrying the fine, dry particles of the hallway miasma. You take a shallow breath, feeling the cold draft from the front door hit your face, and you realize that your walk to dinner is actually a theatre of the supervised spine, the elite, who govern the social entry, believe that the hallway is where the discipline of the guest is verified by the draft. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they look at their partner while walking. They have turned a collection of floorboards into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the gaze is a masterpiece of visual micromanagement. You must never look at the floor. You must look at the back of the head in front of you, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of navigation. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and cold, carrying the sharp, acidic tang of the London fog that is currently trying to infiltrate the house through the servants' entrance. You breathe in the scent of the heated wax and the dry, ashy odour of the stale hat rack. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic clink-clink of the footmen arranging the final silver forks in the dining room, a thumping reminder that the world of consumption is waiting, while you are trapped in a hallway where time is measured in processional inches. You're a subject of the starched migration, and as you prepare to navigate the dining room threshold, a rhythmic, slightly stiff entry into the world of the crystal glare, you realize that in the Victorian world, even the act of moving toward food is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional deference, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the butler closing the drawing room doors behind you, a sound that signals the end of the wait and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the 12-course audit. The transition across the dining room threshold is a thermal embrace that feels almost violent after the drafty transit of the hallway. The temperature here is a contained tropical storm, a humid, heavy heat generated by the radiant energy of 80 silver-capped cloches and a dozen massive candelabras that are currently fighting a localized war against the oxygen in the room. In 1888, the act of sitting down to dinner is not a moment of relief. It is the inauguration of the seating chart, a high-stakes rhythmic navigation governed by the rule of the name card. You're standing behind a chair of heavy dark oak and the air is a stagnant, savoury trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of gilded gravy and proprietary pride. A sharp, nose-stinging mixture of the roasting beef dripping in the kitchen below, the metallic tang of the silver polish, and the heavy sweet musk of the guests' social exhaustion. You take a breath and the air feels oily and dense, as if the molecules have been basted in the host's ambition. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you wait for the signal of the sit. You reach out to touch the back of your dining chair. The texture is a study in polished inflexibility. It is carved mahogany that feels cold and slick for a fraction of a second before absorbing the humid heat of the room. In 1888, the rules of correct seating dictated by the self-appointed deans of tabletop strategy state that a chair is not a place for comfort, but a scaffold of the decorum. You cannot simply fall into your seat. That would be beastly and undisciplined. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the silent descent, a choreographed lowering of the body performed in perfect synchronization with the footman who is currently guiding the chair behind your knees. You run your fingers over the velvet upholstery. The texture is prickly and non-porous, a fabric designed to ensure that you do not slump into a state of social surrender. The sound of the room is a muffled, percussive clatter. As the guests sit, you hear the collective, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of 20 heavy chairs meeting the carpet and the soft, sibilant rustle of silk skirts being tucked into place. It is the sound of the ledger, a percussive evidence of the hierarchy being locked into its assigned slots. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Social Friction, men and women who view a misplaced guest as a sign of inherent national instability, the seating arrangement is a cathedral of the bank balance. But to you, it is a symphony of positional anxiety. You hear the rhythmic clink-clink of the water glasses being filled and the low-frequency mumble of your neighbour's first mandatory remark. You feel the pressure of the napkin ritual. In 1888, the piece of linen on your plate is not a tool for cleanliness, it is a legal document of your breeding. You must wait for the rhythm of the hostess, the exact moment she lifts her own linen, before you are allowed to touch your own. The texture of the damask napkin is a study in abrasive whiteness. It has been starched to the consistency of a wooden board and folded into a geometric riddle that seems to be mocking your ability to unfold it without making a sound. The rule states that you must place it across your lap with a steady, rhythmic grace, never shaking it, never snapping it, and never, under any circumstances, tucking it into your collar. To do so is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who views food as a biological necessity rather than a social hurdle. The elite who govern the table protocol believe that the napkin is where the self-control of the guest is verified by the gravy. They sit in their wood-panelled halls, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they use their linen to wipe their brow. They have turned a collection of cotton fibres into a gauntlet of the domestic soul. The rule of the unfold is a masterpiece of tactile micromanagement. You must allow the napkin to fall naturally, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the stomach. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and dry, carrying the fine, powdery particles of the table starch floating in the humid air. You breathe in the scent of the heated crystal and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic clump-clump of the head butler announcing the arrival of the first course, a thumping reminder that the audit has finally begun, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in forks and formalities. You are a subject of the crystalline monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the soup spoon selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling hovering of your hand over the silver, you realise that in the Victorian world, Even the act of eating is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the gravy-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional ingestion, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the first ladle hitting the porcelain, a sound that signals the end of the seating and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating hour of the formal feed. The soup has arrived, and with it the temperature in your immediate vicinity has shifted from a general dining room humidity to a localized steaming urgency. A shallow bowl of clear, dark amber consommé sits before you, radiating a wet, concentrated heat that threatens to wilt your starched collar before you even lift a spoon. In 1888, the soup course is not a moment of nourishment. It is the first gauntlet of the fluid, a high-stakes demonstration of your ability to defy the basic laws of suction and gravity. You are sitting perfectly still, and the air around your face is a humid, beef-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of boiled obligation and gilded stock, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of marrow fat, the earthy scent of root vegetables reduced to a ghost, and the heavy sweet musk of the dining room gas jets working overtime to illuminate your potential failure. You take a breath, and the air feels thick and savoury, as if the molecules have been simmered for 12 hours. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you eye the silver weaponry to your right. You reach out to touch the soup spoon. The texture is a study in weighted authority. It is massive, cold silver that feels like a heavy coin in your hand, its bowl large enough to suggest a communal ladling rather than a private meal. In 1888, the rules of correct consumption, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the refined gullet, state that soup is a silent element. You cannot simply eat your soup. That would be beastly and audible. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the outward scoop, a choreographed movement where you push the spoon away from your body toward the center of the bowl as if you were trying to return the broth to the kitchen. You run your tongue over the roof of your mouth. The texture is dry and starched, a biological reaction to the physics of the spoon that requires you to ingest liquid without ever making a sound. The sound of the course is a percussive absence. You hear the collective rhythmic clink, clink, clink of 20 silver spoons hitting the bottom of 20 porcelain bowls, a sound like a very polite, very expensive hailstorm. But you hear no slurping, no hissing, and certainly no blowing. To the elite members of the Society for the Maintenance of Tabletop Silence, men and women who view a wet intake of breath as a sign of inherent spiritual chaos, the soup course is a cathedral of the muffled inhale. If the soup is too hot, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent indifference, allowing the liquid fire to scald your palate while you maintain a composed expression. To blow on your soup is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own comfort over the moral elevation of the silence. You feel the pressure of the tilting rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that the bottom of the bowl is a social abyss. You're forbidden from tilting the bowl toward you to catch the last few drops of broth. To do so is to manifest a gluttonous and unrefined spirit that suggests you haven't eaten since the previous census. If you must tilt, the rulebook dictates that you must tilt the bowl away from you, an act of geometric self-denial that ensures any accidental spill lands on the host's expensive tablecloth rather than your own silk or wool. The texture of the air on your tongue is salty and thin, carrying the fine, savoury particles of the simmered miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the soup steam, and you realise that your beginning of the meal is actually a theatre of the controlled reflex. The elite who govern the national swallow believe that how a man handles his consommé reveals how he handles a crisis. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they use the side or the point of the spoon. They have turned a bowl of liquid into a gauntlet of the esophagus. The rule of the bread roll is a masterpiece of tactile micromanagement. You're forbidden from cutting your roll with a knife, that is, mechanically vulgar. You must break it into rhythmic bite-sized fragments using only your fingers, feeling the texture of the crust, dry, dusty, and unyielding, crumbling onto your damask napkin. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical hunger, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the bowl. You breathe in the scent of the heated porcelain and the dry, ashy odour of the starch dust. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic thud-thud of the footman bringing the fish course, a thumping reminder that the audit is only 1/12 completed while you're trapped at a table where time is measured in scoops and suppressions. You are a subject of the fluid monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the fish fork identification, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the silver, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of drinking broth is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the savoury thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional scalding, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the soup and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the fish course purgatory, the silver. Soup bowl has vanished as if by a magician's sleight of hand, leaving behind a thermal void that is quickly filled by the arrival of the fish course. The temperature in your immediate atmosphere has dropped from the scalding heat of the consommé to a cautious, marine-scented warmth. A piece of poached turbot, pale as an aristocratic ghost and drowning in a rich hollandaise sauce, now sits before you. In 1888, the fish course is not a culinary highlight. It is a tactile examination of your dexterity. You're sitting in a state of high alert, and the air around the table is a humid, buttery trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and emulsion, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of white wine reduction, the metallic tang of the specialized silverware, and the heavy, sweet musk of the dining room atmosphere, the collective, humid breath of guests who are now halfway through their second hour of physical restriction. You take a breath and the air feels oily and opaque, as if the molecules themselves have been poached in a court bouillon. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you look down at the silver-plated riddle to your left. You reach out to touch the fish knife. The texture is a study in industrial friction. It is silver-plated metal that feels slick and cold, its blade shaped like a miniature scimitar with a curious notch near the tip. In 1888, the rules of correct filleting, dictated by the self-appointed kings of tabletop strategy, state that fish is a fragile element. You must never, under any circumstances, use a standard steel knife for this course. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Metallic Aftertastes, the touch of common steel against a turbot is an act of culinary desecration that signals you were raised in a house with only one set of cutlery. You run your fingers over the ivory handle. The texture is smooth, bone-cold and yellowed, a material that seems to be auditing your very grip. The sound of the course is a muffled, sibilant scrape. You hear the collective rhythmic clink of 20 fish knives sliding against 20 porcelain plates, a sound like a very polite, very expensive school of fish moving over dry sand. But you hear no tearing, and certainly no hacking. To the curators of refinement, the fish course is a cathedral of the gentle flake. If your turbot contains a bone, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent calm, subtly manoeuvring the obstacle to your fork with a steady, rhythmic grace, ensuring that the transaction is invisible to the neighbours. To spit a bone into your hand is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own choking hazard over the moral elevation of the dining room facade. You feel the pressure of the sauce protocol. In 1888, the hollandaise is not a condiment, it is a vitreous barrier. You're forbidden from mopping the sauce with your bread roll. To do so is to manifest a peasant-level hunger that suggests you've used the meal as an actual fuel source. You must engage in the rhythm of the delicate dab, a choreographed movement where each bite of fish is lightly coated in sauce, then carried to the mouth with a steady rhythmic speed to prevent a gravy disaster on your lace or wool. The texture of the air on your tongue is fatty and thin, carrying the fine lemony particles of the hollandaise miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the poaching steam, and you realise that your middle stage of the feast is actually a theatre of the suppressed reflex. The elite who govern the national mastication believe that the way a man separates his turbot reveals his fitness for diplomacy. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they use the notch in the knife to lift the skin. They have turned a piece of seafood into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the white wine is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your chablis between bites, the texture of the wine, cold, acidic, and sharp, a chemical rinse designed to reset your palate for the rhythm of the next course. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the fish plate. You breathe in the scent of the heated porcelain and the dry, ashy odour of the silver polish. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic clump-clump of the footman bringing the entree, a thumping reminder that the order is still only in its infancy, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in notches and nibbles. You are a subject of the scaled monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the entree fork selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the centre-tier silver, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of separating flaky white meat is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the buttery thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional precision, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the fish and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the entree obstacle course. The fish has retreated back into the shadows of the pantry, and the temperature in your personal cubic fathom of air has entered a state of localized savoury heat. The arrival of the entree, perhaps a delicate vol au vent filled with sweetbreads, or a small, intricate cutlet resting in a pool of dark, viscous Madeira sauce, marks the third stage of your physical and social audit. In 1888, the entree is not merely a side dish, it is a cathedral of the small scale, a high-stakes test of your ability to manipulate complex textures while maintaining a conversation about the moral implications of the latest opera. You're sitting in a state of hyper-awareness, and the air around your plate is a stagnant, truffle-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and offal, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of reduced wine, the earthy scent of fungi, and the heavy, sweet musk of the dining room gas jets, which are currently burning through the last of the room's vitality. You take a breath, and the air feels weighted and rich, as if the molecules themselves have been sautéed in butter. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the mid-dinner assessment. You reach out to touch the entree fork. The texture is a study in ornate deception. It is slightly smaller than the meat fork, its silver tines polished to a blinding, cold brilliance that seems to be reflecting every unsaid thought in the room. In 1888, the rules of correct selection, dictated by the self-appointed kings of silverware strategy, state that your ability to identify the middle-tier cutlery is a direct measurement of your internalized ancestry. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Social Fluidity, a man or woman who picks up the large dinner fork for a sweetbread is a social arsonist, a person who signals that they are only visiting the upper classes rather than belonging to them. You run your fingers over the floral engraving on the handle. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of silver leaves and roses that bite into your gloved or calloused palm with every rhythmic adjustment of your posture. The sound of the course is a rhythmic high-frequency clink. You hear the collective, percussive tink-tink-tink of 20 entree forks against 20 bone china plates, a sound like 1,000 tiny, mechanical clocks all ticking at different speeds. But you hear no crunching, and certainly no chewing. To the curators of refinement, the act of mastication is a private biological failure that must be disguised with a steady rhythmic nodding and a composed expression. If your vol au vent is particularly flaky, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent control, ensuring that not a single crumb of the dry, brittle pastry escapes the gravity of your plate to land on your starched shirt front or your silk bodice. To drop a flake of crust is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who lets their motor skills interfere with the moral elevation of the social facade. You feel the pressure of the sauce gaze. In 1888, the Madeira sauce is not a flavour, it is a tactile hazard. You're forbidden from scraping the plate. To do so is to manifest a desperate and unchristian hunger that suggests you haven't seen a silver platter since the previous winter. You must engage in the rhythm of the minimum contact, a choreographed movement where each bite is delicately severed, dipped with a steady, rhythmic speed, and carried to the mouth without ever making a sound against the porcelain. The texture of the air on your tongue is salty and thick, carrying the fine, wine-heavy particles of the entree miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the savoury steam, and you realise that your middle stage of the feast is actually a theatre of the suppressed impulse. The elite who govern the national swallow believe that the way a person handles a truffle reveals the strength of their character. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they use their knife to assist the fork. They have turned a piece of pastry into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the red wine is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your claret between bites, the texture of the wine warm, dry and metallic. A chemical reset designed to prepare your palate for the rhythm of the next course. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the empty plate. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic clump of the footman bringing the sorbet, a thumping reminder that the audit has finally reached its cooling intermission, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in truffles and tines. You are a subject of the pitted monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the iced spoon selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the smallest, silver, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating a small pastry is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the wine-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional patience, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the entree and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the palate-cleansing void. The savoury heat of the sweetbreads has been replaced by a sudden localised frost. The temperature in your immediate atmosphere has plummeted into a crystalline chill, courtesy of a tiny etched glass of sorbet or Roman punch. In 1888, the palate cleanser is not a dessert. It is a metabolic reset mandated by the self-appointed kings of the National Digestive Tract. You are sitting in a state of suspended animation, and the air around your face is a thin, acidic trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of citrus and cold snap, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of frozen lemon zest, the metallic tang of the spirit of wine, and the heavy, sweet musk of the dining room atmosphere, the collective, humid breath of guests who are now entering the third hour of physical and social surveillance. You take a breath, and the air feels sharp and ozonic, as if the molecules themselves have been chilled by a glacier. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you eye the silver needle on your saucer. You reach out to touch the sorbet spoon. The texture is a study in microscopic friction. It is the smallest implement in the silver arsenal, its bowl barely large enough to hold a single frozen teardrop. In 1888, the rules of intermission etiquette, dictated by the authors of the tabletop ledger, state that the palate cleanser is a sacred void. You cannot simply eat your sorbet, that would be beastly and eager. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the minimum ingestion, a choreographed movement where you shave a minute, translucent flake of ice from the glass and carry it to your tongue with a steady, rhythmic grace, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is mentally detached from the process of fueling. You run your tongue over the roof of your mouth. The texture is numb and starched, a biological reaction to the physics of the freeze that requires you to endure a socially acceptable brain freeze without changing your facial expression. The sound of the course is a clink of the miniature. You hear the collective rhythmic tink, tink, tink of 20 sorbet spoons hitting 20 crystal glasses, a sound like a very polite, very expensive wind chime in a graveyard. But you hear no crunching, and certainly no scraping. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Audible Digestion, the sorbet course is a cathedral of the hushed interlude. If your ice contains a particularly large crystal, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent composure, allowing the ice to melt silently in your mouth while you discuss the aesthetics of the latest rainfall. To bite into the ice is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who treats frozen sugar water as a physical challenge rather than a moral trial. You feel the pressure of the intermission gaze. In 1888, the sorbet is not a flavour, it is a tactile purgatory. You are forbidden from lingering over the glass. To do so is to manifest an unrefined obsession with the physical that suggests you have never encountered a freezer before. You must engage in the rhythm of the indifferent spoon, a choreographed sequence where each tiny bite is followed by a steady rhythmic exhale, and a pivot to your neighbour to ask about the condition of their chrysanthemums. The texture of the air on your tongue is sour and thin, carrying the fine, frozen particles of the citrus miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the sorbet vapour, and you realise that your middle interlude of the feast is actually a theatre of the suppressed senses. The elite who govern the national throat believe that the way a man handles a frozen punch reveals his capacity for diplomatic restraint. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they let the glass tilt. They have turned a spoonful of ice into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the Roman punch is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You are expected to ingest the ice as a chemical reset, preparing your imperial tongue for the rhythm of the heavy roasts. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the tiny glass. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic clump-clump of the footmen bringing the joint of meat, a thumping reminder that the audit has reached its most carnivorous summit, while you're trapped at a table where time is measured in shavings and shivers. You're a subject of the frozen monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the dinner knife selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the heavier silver, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating a spoonful of ice is a labyrinth of rules, designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the citrus-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional frigidity, and you hear the rhythmic clink of the silver mark being moved, a sound that signals the end of the sorbet and the beginning of the final, starched, and suffocating journey toward the roast meat. Purgatory. The crystalline frost of the sorbet has melted into a memory, and the temperature in your immediate cubic fathom of air has entered a state of heavy carnivorous radiation. The arrival of the joint of meat, perhaps a towering mahogany-crusted rib of beef or a crown of lamb draped in a glossy herb-flecked reduction, marks the transition into the feudal summit of your evening. In 1888, the main course is not a celebration of the harvest. It is a forensic examination of your structural integrity. You're sitting in a state of mounting physical fatigue, and the air around your plate is a stagnant, tallow-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and extraction. A sharp nose-stinging mixture of rendered animal fat, the metallic tang of the heavy carving steel, and the heavy, sweet musk of the dining room humidity. The collective, humid breath of guests, who are now entering their third hour of being socially basted in the host's ambition. You take a breath, and the air feels viscous, as if the molecules themselves have been slow-roasted for a week. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you eye the heavy silver resting on the damask. You reach out to touch the dinner knife. The texture is a study in unyielding steel. Unlike the earlier courses, this blade is long, heavy, and carries a rhythmic, cold weight that suggests it could be used to defend the northwest frontier as easily as it can slice beef. In 1888, the rules of correct dissection, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the master table, state that the main course is a test of the pulse. You must manipulate this heavy tool with a steady, rhythmic grace, ensuring that you never appear to be using effort. To show a muscle straining in your hand is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a person who understands the reality of work. You run your fingers over the fiddleback handle. The texture is smooth, cold, and heavy, a material that seems to be auditing the very calcium in your bones. The sound of the course is a muffled rhythmic thump. You hear the collective percussive clink-clonk-clink of 20 heavy dinner knives against 20 bone china plates, a sound like a very polite, very expensive quarry. But you hear no scraping, and certainly no hacking. To the curators of refinement, the act of cutting meat is a private biological failure that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic blinking. If your beef is particularly robust, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent calm, subtly partitioning the fibres with a rhythmic surgical precision, ensuring that you never drop a single drop of the gilded gravy onto your starched shirt front or your silk bodice. To drop a splash of sauce is to announce that you are spiritually unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose motor skills refuse to follow the geometry of the seating chart. You feel the pressure of the mastication mandate. In 1888, The curators of decency believe that the mouth is the gateway to the chaos. You're forbidden from talking while your mouth is in motion. To do so is to manifest an unchristian spirit that suggests you have surrendered to the physical. You must engage in the rhythm of the hidden ingestion, a choreographed sequence where each bite is followed by a steady rhythmic exhale, a dab of the napkin, and a pivot to your neighbour to discuss the moral tone of the current parliament. The texture of the air on your tongue is salty and thick, carrying the fine, protein-heavy particles of the roast meat miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the steam of the joint, and you realise that your carnivorous summit is actually a theatre of the suppressed jaw. The elite who govern the national ingestion believe that how a man handles a cutlet reveals his fitness for the governance of the colonies. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they use the point of the knife to probe the fat. They have turned a piece of livestock into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the claret is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your heavy red wine between bites, the texture of the liquid, warm, dry and tannic. A chemical rinse designed to prepare your imperial palate for the rhythm of the game course. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the stomach, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the heavy plate. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant, rhythmic clump-clump of the footman bringing the game. Course. A thumping reminder that the audit is only 2/3 completed, while you're trapped at a table where time is measured in slices and suppressions. You're a subject of the roast monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the game fork selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the next silver tier, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating beef is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the gravy-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional ingestion, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the roast and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the wild bird purgatory. The heavy radiation of the beef has been replaced by a sharper, more primal warmth. The arrival of the game course, perhaps a roasted pheasant, a woodcock or a brace of grouse, marks your entry into the high purgatory of the Victorian palate. In 1888, the elite who govern the national taste have decided that meat is only truly sophisticated when it has begun its slow, rhythmic descent into decay. You're sitting in a state of sensory conflict, and the air around your plate is a stagnant, gamey trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of autumn and gilded rot, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of wild bird musk, the metallic tang of iron-rich blood, and the heavy, sweet musk of high meat. Flesh that has been hung in a cold larder for 2 weeks until the rhythm of nature has softened it to a point of near liquidity. You take a breath, and the air feels pointed and ancient, as if the molecules have been gathered from a damp moor. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic audit of the bird. You reach out to touch the game fork. The texture is a study in slender menace. It is thinner and sharper than the dinner fork, its silver tines, polished to a blinding cold brilliance meant to navigate the delicate architecture of a small ribcage. In 1888, the rules of correct carving, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the avian ledger, state that your ability to dismantle a pheasant without disturbing the peace is a direct measurement of your imperial composure. To the elite members of the Society for the Preservation of Elegant Extraction, a guest who struggles with a wing joint is a social catastrophe, a person who signals that they are more accustomed to the vulgar ease of a stew pot. You run your fingers over the engraved handle. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of silver feathers and vines that bite into your gloved or calloused palm with every rhythmic adjustment of your posture. The sound of the course is a high-frequency metallic whisper. You hear the collective, rhythmic tink-tink scrape of 20 game knives navigating 20 bone china plates, a sound like 1,000 tiny needles, all searching for a weak point in the stone, but you hear no crunching, and certainly no bone snapping. To the curators of refinement, the sound of a tooth meeting a bird bone is a private biological failure that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic nodding. If your grouse is particularly skeletal, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent precision, subtly separating the meat from the bone with a rhythmic surgical grace, ensuring that the transaction remains invisible to the table. To use your fingers to steady the bird is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values the efficiency of the hand over the moral elevation of the implement. You feel the pressure of the shot pellet rule. In 1888, the game birds are not harvested, they are peppered. You're constantly vigilant for the tactile treachery of the lead shot. The rulebook dictates that if you find a hard, metallic pellet in your mouth, you must never, under any circumstances, spit it out or make a face. To flinch when your tooth hits lead is to manifest a deplorable lack of stoicism. You must engage in the rhythm of the silent transfer, a choreographed movement where the pellet is subtly moved to the front of the mouth and then deposited onto the side of the plate with a steady, rhythmic indifference. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and sweet, carrying the fine, lead-heavy particles of the hunter's miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the wild bird steam, and you realize that your aristocratic ingestion is actually a theatre of the suppressed reflex. The elite who govern the national swallow believe that the way a person handles a woodcock reveals the strength of their nerve. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their guests, based on whether they eat the trail, the bird's intestines, which are considered a divine delicacy. They have turned a piece of wild anatomy into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the Burgundy is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your heavy dark red wine between bites, the texture of the liquid thick, velvety and iron-rich, a chemical rinse designed to prepare your imperial palate for the rhythm of the sweet course. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical hunger, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the plate. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic thud-thud of the footman bringing the savoury course, a thumping reminder that the audit is only 3/4 completed, while you're trapped at a table where time is measured in joints and judgments. You're a subject of the winged monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the savoury spoon selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the neck silvertier, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating a bird is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the musky thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional decay, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the game and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the savoury purgatory. The skeletal remains of the woodcock have been whisked away, and for a moment the dining table feels like a battlefield during a brief uneasy truce. The temperature in your immediate cubic fathom of air has shifted from the feral warmth of the high meat to a localized, pungent spice. The arrival of the savoury, perhaps angels on horseback, which are oysters wrapped in bacon, or a Welsh rarebit dripping with a mustard-heavy beer sauce, marks the transition into the palatal paradox of the Victorian evening. In 1888, the elite who govern the national digestion have decided that just when your body is screaming for a ceasefire, you must subject your tongue to a sudden, rhythmic assault of salt and cayenne. You're sitting in a state of physical and moral exhaustion, and the air around your saucer is a stagnant, anchovy-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and umami, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of gentleman's relish, toasted cheese, and the heavy sweet musk of the dining room atmosphere. The collective, humid breath of guests who are now entering their 4th hour of performing correct posture, in a room with the air quality of a coal mine. You take a breath, and the air feels sharp and biting, as if the molecules themselves have been seasoned with black pepper. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic audit of the toast. You reach out to touch the savoury fork. The texture is a study in miniature precision. It is the smallest fork yet, its silver tines polished to a blinding cold brilliance designed to handle a single slippery morsel of toasted complexity. In 1888, the rules of correct ingestion, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the tactical throat, state that the savoury is a palate reset. You must never, under any circumstances, use a knife for this course. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Culinary Haste, a guest who hacks at a piece of rarebit is a social vandal. a person who signals that they view the meal as a biological necessity rather than a rhythmic intellectual gauntlet. You run your fingers over the silver handle. The texture is smooth and bone-cold, a material that seems to be auditing the very steadiness of your hand as you attempt to balance a bacon-wrapped oyster. The sound of the course is a muffled high-frequency scrape. You hear the collective rhythmic tink-tink-shh of 20 small forks navigating 20 porcelain saucers, a sound like 20 tiny clockmakers all working on the same delicate mechanism. But you hear no crunching, and certainly no chewing. To the curators of refinement, the act of masticating a salty anchovy is a private biological failure that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic nodding. If your toast is particularly brittle, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent precision, ensuring that not a single flake of the dry charred bread escapes the gravity of your saucer to land on your starched shirt front or your silk bodice. To drop a crumb of rarebit is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who lets their hunger interfere with the moral elevation of the social facade. You feel the pressure of the cayenne rule. In 1888, the savoury is intentionally overseasoned to awaken the humours before the arrival of the sweets. You are constantly vigilant for the tactile burn of the spice. The rulebook dictates that if the cayenne hits the back of your throat and causes you to cough, you have committed an act of social sabotage. To cough at the table is to manifest a deplorable lack of internal discipline. You must engage in the rhythm of the silent swallow, a choreographed movement where the heat of the spice is met with a steady rhythmic exhale, and a pivot to your neighbour to ask about the condition of their parish choir. The texture of the air on your tongue is dry and peppery, carrying the fine, spicy particles of the savoury miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the toasted steam, and you realise that your aristocratic palate reset is actually a theatre of the suppressed reflex. The elite who govern the national swallow believe that how a man handles an anchovy reveals his fitness for the high command. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they take one bite or two. They have turned a piece of toasted cheese into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the Madeira is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your heavy sweet wine between bites, the texture of the liquid thick, syrupy and alcoholic, a chemical rinse designed to prepare your imperial palate for the rhythm of the pudding. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the stomach, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the small saucer. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of the footman bringing the pudding and sweets, a thumping reminder that the audit is finally entering its sugar-coated conclusion, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in croutons and cayenne. You're a subject of the salted monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the dessert spoon selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the next silver tier, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating a small piece of toast is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the spice-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional pungency, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the savoury and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the pudding purgatory. The pungent burn of the cayenne and the salty ghost of the anchovy have been swept away, leaving behind a thermal vacuum that is instantly filled by a wave of cloying, sugary heat. The arrival of the pudding and sweets, perhaps a towering wobbly blancmange, a massive Nestle Road pudding, or an elaborate jelly mould with slices of fruit suspended inside like biological specimens, marks the transition into the architectural phase of your social audit. In 1888, dessert is not a moment of indulgence. It is a tactile examination of your structural engineering skills. You're sitting in a state of advanced physical exhaustion, your corset or collar now feeling like a permanent external skeleton, and the air around the table is a stagnant, vanilla-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and extraction, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of boiled cream, the heavy sweet rot of the hothouse peaches, and the metallic tang of the silver dessert tier. You take a breath, and the air feels viscous and saccharine, as if the molecules themselves have been dusted in powdered sugar. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic audit of the jelly. You reach out to touch the dessert spoon. The texture is a study in polished fragility. It is smaller and more rounded than the soup spoon, its silver surface polished to a blinding cold brilliance that seems to be reflecting the mounting desperation in your eyes. In 1888, the rules of correct excavation, dictated by the self-appointed kings of confectionery strategy, state that a moulded sweet is a fragile state. You must never, under any circumstances, take a piece that causes the entire structure to tilt or collapse. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Culinary Instability, a guest who causes a blancmange to list to the left is a social anarchist, a person who signals that they lack the internalized geometry required to maintain a stable household. You run your fingers over the filigree handle. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of silver vines and scrolls that bite into your gloved or calloused palm with every rhythmic adjustment of your posture. The sound of the course is a muffled, sibilant wobble. You hear the collective rhythmic clink of 20 dessert spoons navigating 20 porcelain bowls, a sound like a very polite, very expensive school of fish moving through a sea of cream. But you hear no slurping, and certainly no satisfied sighing. To the curators of refinement, the act of enjoying sugar is a private moral failure that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic blinking. If your jelly is particularly uncooperative, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent precision, subtly severing a portion with a rhythmic surgical grace, ensuring that the transaction remains silent and invisible to the neighbours. To chase a runaway cherry across the plate is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values the efficiency of the spoon over the moral elevation of the facade. You feel the pressure of the sweet tooth rule. In 1888, the curators of decency believe that an appetite for the sweet is a window into a weak will. You are forbidden from appearing eager for your pudding. To do so is to manifest an unchristian lack of self-restraint. You must engage in the rhythm of the indifferent swallow, a choreographed sequence where each bite is followed by a steady rhythmic exhale, a dab of the napkin, and a pivot to your neighbour to ask about the condition of their local charities. The texture of the air on your tongue is sugary and thick, carrying the fine, vanilla-heavy particles of the pudding miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the boiled cream steam, and you realise that your aristocratic conclusion to the meal is actually a theatre of the suppressed impulse. The elite who govern the national ingestion believe that how a man handles a jelly reveals his fitness for the high court. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they use their spoon to probe the mould. They have turned a piece of confectionery into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the sweet wine is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your sauternes between bites, the texture of the liquid cold, syrupy and golden, a chemical rinse designed to prepare your imperial palate for the rhythm of the fruit and nuts. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the footman finally removes the pudding bowl. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant rhythmic thud-thud of the footmen bringing the fruit and nut tier, a thumping reminder that the audit is finally entering its manual phase, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in spoons and starch. You are a subject of the gelatinous monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the nutcracker selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling inspection of the centre table iron, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of eating a wobbly sweet is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the vanilla-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver being collected, a sound that signals the end of the pudding and the beginning of the final starched and suffocating journey toward the nut-cracking purgatory. The wobbly architectural triumph of the blancmange has been cleared away, and the temperature in your immediate cubic fathom of air has entered a state of fading port-scented stagnation. The arrival of the fruit and nut tier, a literal silver pyramid of hothouse grapes, walnuts, and expensive out-of-season pears, marks the transition into the manual labour phase of your social audit. In 1888, The elite who govern the national ingestion have decided that after 4 hours of sitting perfectly still, you must now be forced to perform delicate surgery on a piece of produce. You are sitting in a state of terminal physical fatigue, and the air around the table is a stagnant tannic trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and extraction, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of walnut oil, the sweet rot of fermenting grape skins, and the heavy metallic tang of the silver nutcrackers. You take a breath, and the air feels dry and dusty, as if the molecules themselves have been aged in a cedar-lined cellar. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic audit of the shell. You reach out to touch the nutcracker. The texture is a study in gilded mechanical pressure. It is heavy, cold silver plate that feels like a specialized surgical tool in your hand, its jaws engraved with a pattern of vines that bite into your gloved or calloused palm with every rhythmic adjustment of your grip. In 1888, the rules of correct excavation, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the tabletop ledger, state that your ability to crack a walnut without sending a piece of debris into your neighbour's eye is a direct measurement of your imperial restraint. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Social Friction, a guest who makes a loud pop while opening a filbert is a mechanical vandal, a person who signals that they are more accustomed to the vulgar ease of the kitchen hammer. You run your fingers over the hinged jaw. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of silver teeth that seem to be auditing the very steadiness of your tired hands. The sound of the course is a muffled rhythmic thump. You hear the collective percussive crack-clink-crunch of 20 nutcrackers navigating 20 silver dishes, a sound like a very polite, very expensive quarry operating in a church. But you hear no scolding, and certainly no satisfied chewing. To the curators of refinement, the act of extracting meat from a shell is a private biological challenge that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic nodding. If your walnut is particularly stubborn, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent precision, subtly applying pressure with a rhythmic mechanical grace, ensuring that the transaction remains silent and invisible to the table. To use your teeth to open a nut is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values the efficiency of the jaw over the moral elevation of the tool. You feel the pressure of the grape scissor rule. In 1888, the fruit is not plucked, it is harvested. You're forbidden from pulling a grape directly from the cluster. To do so is to manifest a greedy and unchristian spirit that suggests you view the table as an all-you-can-eat buffet. You must engage in the rhythm of the delicate snip, a choreographed movement where you use a pair of specialized silver scissors to remove a small, manageable branch of fruit, depositing it onto your plate with a steady rhythmic speed. The texture of the grape skin is slick, cold, and non-porous, carrying the fine, dry particles of the hothouse miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the port vapour, and you realise that your conclusion to the feast is actually a theatre of the suppressed impulse. The elite who govern the national swallow believe that the way a person peels a pear reveals their fitness for the colonial administration. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they can remove the skin in one long rhythmic ribbon. They have turned a piece of produce into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the port is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to sip your heavy, dark red wine between bites of Stilton cheese, the texture of the wine thick, sweet, and alcoholic, a chemical rinse designed to prepare your imperial palate for the rhythm of the withdrawal. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical hunger, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the hostess finally catches the eye of the lady to her right. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the room's heart, the distant, rhythmic thud-thud of the footman moving behind the chairs, a thumping reminder that the audit is finally reaching its separation phase while you're trapped at a table where time is measured in shells and snips. You're a subject of the pitted monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the lady's withdrawal, a rhythmic, slightly stiff rising of half the table, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of cracking a nut is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the wine-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the silk skirts as the women rise, a sound that signals the end of the ingestion and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating hour of the masculine separation. The oceanic rustle of the lady's silk skirts has finally ebbed away, leaving a sudden, heavy silence in its wake that feels as though the room has been drained of half its atmosphere. The dining room doors have swung shut with a muffled velvet-edged thud, and the temperature in your immediate vicinity has entered a state of blue-tinged alcoholic haze. In 1888, the masculine separation is the moment where the theatre of the meal shifts into the purgatory of the port. You're sitting in a state of advanced physical compression, your starched shirt front now feeling like a cold porcelain shield against your chest, and the air around the table is a stagnant tobacco-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and exhaustion, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of unstoppered decanters, the oily residue of the high meat, and the heavy sweet musk of Havana leaf, the scent of 20 men preparing to turn the air into a cloud of socio-economic posturing. You take a breath, and the air feels textured and biting, as if the molecules themselves have been aged in a cedar-lined humidor. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic audit of the decanter. You reach out to touch the port glass. The texture is a study in weighted fragility. It is a heavy lead crystal vessel that feels cold and final in your hand, its surface cut with a rhythmic, jagged pattern that bites into your fingers. In 1888, the rules of masculine imbibing, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the Gentleman's Preserve, state that the movement of the wine is a sacred navigation. You are currently subject to the port rule, the mandate that the decanter must always move to the left clockwise and must never, under any circumstances, touch the table until it returns to the host. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Social Friction, a man who bottles the port or passes it to the right is a spiritual arsonist, a person who signals that he is more accustomed to the vulgar chaos of the tavern. You run your fingers over the cut-glass stopper. The texture is slick and bone-cold, a material that seems to be auditing the very steadiness of your tired wrist. The sound of the room is a muffled baritone drone. You hear the collective rhythmic clink-clink thud of 20 crystal glasses meeting 20 mahogany coasters, a sound like a very polite, very expensive machine being lubricated by the grape. But you hear no laughter, and certainly no levity. To the curators of refinement, the act of manly bonding is a private psychological trial that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic nodding. If your host launches into a particularly long-winded debate about the Irish question, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent gravitas, subtly rotating your glass with a rhythmic, meditative grace, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is deeply invested in the fate of the state. To show signs of boredom is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own time over the moral elevation of the smoking room haze. You feel the pressure of the cigar protocol. In 1888, the leaf is not a luxury. It is a tactile examination of your composure. You are forbidden from flicking your ash. To do so is to manifest a nervous and unrefined temperament. You must engage in the rhythm of the gravity-fed ash, a choreographed sequence where the cigar is held with a steady, rhythmic stillness until the ash falls of its own accord into the silver tray. The texture of the smoke on your tongue is dry and resinous, carrying the fine, ashy particles of the imperial miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the tobacco steam, and you realize that your rest after dinner is actually a theatre of the suppressed reflex. The elite who govern the national character believe that the way a man handles his brandy reveals his fitness for the governance of the masses. They sit in their leather chairs judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they let the ash hit their waistcoat. They have turned a digestive pause into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the snuff box is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You are expected to offer your box to your neighbour with a rhythmic, understated sequence of nods, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a sneeze. The texture of the snuff is gritty and nose-stinging, and its smell is bitter and clinical. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear relieved when the host finally suggests a return to the ladies. You breathe in the scent of the heated leather and the dry, ashy odour of the dying tallow. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, a thumping reminder that the audit is finally entering its caffeinated conclusion, while you are trapped at a table where time is measured in puffs and port levels. You're a subject of the smoky monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the standing-up ceremony, a rhythmic, slightly dizzy ascent of 20 tired bodies, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of relaxing with a cigar is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the blue-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional suffocation, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver coasters being collected, a sound that signals the end of the separation and the beginning of the final, starched, and suffocating journey toward the drawing room coffee. The heavy mahogany doors of the smoking room have finally released you, and as you perform the post-smoke re-entry into the drawing room, the temperature undergoes a sudden clarifying dive. You are moving from a world of masculine humidity into a space that feels like a scented, gaslit refrigerator. The fire in the drawing room has been allowed to subside into a polite decorative glow, ensuring that the air remains aristocratically thin. In 1888, rejoining the ladies is not a casual return. It is the final social reckoning, a high-stakes transition governed by the rule of the lingering leaf. You're standing at the threshold, and the air is a stagnant, violet-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and extraction, a sharp mixture of the ladies' eau de cologne, the dry alkaline dust of the velvet upholstery, and the heavy, sweet musk of black coffee, a dark, bitter liquid the Victorians believe acts as a spiritual sealant to prevent the late-night expansion of the soul. You take a breath, and the air feels brittle, as if the oxygen itself has been starched to match your collar. Your breath is a series of quiet, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the caffeinated gauntlet. You reach out to accept a cup from the silver tray. The texture is a study in microscopic fragility. It is a demi-tasse, a cup so small it looks as though it was designed for a particularly sophisticated bird rather than a human being. The porcelain is eggshell thin, feeling vibrationally cold against your thumb. In 1888, the rules of evening stimulants, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the domestic pulse, state that your coffee is a test of the nervous system. You must hold this thimble-sized vessel with a steady rhythmic grace, ensuring that the silver spoon resting on the saucer doesn't make a single, vulgar clink. To show a tremor in your hand after 3 hours of claret and port is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a person whose constitution has been weakened by the stresses of the counting house. You run your finger over the gilded rim. The texture is slick and metallic, a row of golden teeth that seem to be auditing the very steadiness of your tired wrist. The sound of the room is a sibilant rhythmic whisper. You hear the collective, percussive tink-tink-tink of tiny silver spoons hitting the sides of 20 demitasse cups, a sound like a very polite, very expensive mechanical clock. But you hear no sipping, and certainly no satisfied exhaling. To the curators of refinement, the act of drinking is a private biological necessity that must be disguised with a composed expression and a steady rhythmic blinking. If your coffee is particularly hot, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must sit in a posture of permanent stillness, allowing the liquid to scald your tongue while you discuss the moral tone of the recent ecclesiastical appointments. To blow on your coffee is to announce that you are spiritually unrefined, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own palate over the moral elevation of the social facade. You feel the pressure of the sugar tongue rule. In 1888, the sugar is not poured, it is, or administered. You are forbidden from using your fingers to pick up a cube. To do so is to manifest a deplorable lack of tactile discipline. You must engage in the rhythm of the mechanical grip, a choreographed movement where you use a pair of silver tongs to capture a single, rough and gritty cube, carrying it to your cup with a steady rhythmic speed to prevent a splash disaster on your starched shirt front or your silk bodice. The texture of the air on your tongue is bitter and dry, carrying the fine roasted particles of the coffee miasma floating in the humid air. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the spirit lamp steam, and you realise that your evening conclusion is actually a theatre of the suppressed impulse. The elite who govern the national heartbeat believe that how a man handles a demitasse reveals his fitness for the management of the exchequer. They sit in their padded chairs judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they place their spoon behind the cup or to the side. They have turned a spoonful of caffeine into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the re-entry conversation is a masterpiece of psychological micromanagement. You're expected to approach the ladies with a rhythmic, understated sequence of bows, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with the smell of your cigar. The texture of the air around you is charged and expectant, carrying the sharp, acidic tang of the London night that is currently trying to infiltrate the room through the chimney flue. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the silver plate. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant rhythmic thump-thump of the footman moving the carriage blankets in the hallway, a thumping reminder that the audit is finally entering its dismissal phase, while you are trapped at a small table where time is measured in drops and decorum. You're a subject of the porcelain monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final goodnight selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling mental rehearsal of your parting platitudes, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of drinking coffee is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the caffeine-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional alertness, and you hear the rhythmic clatter of the silver tray being lifted, a sound that signals the end of the stimulants and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the carriage of the departure. The silver demitasse tray has been carried away with a final muted clink, and the temperature in your personal space has begun to surrender to the stinging hallway draught. The gas jets in the drawing room are being lowered one by one, creating a murky, dying amber that signals the transition into the theatre of the threshold. In 1888, the act of leaving a house is not a simple departure. It is a graduated good night, a high-stakes rhythmic sequence of bows and formulaic regrets governed by the rule of the final impression. You're standing near the door, and the air is a stagnant, weary miasma. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and embers, a sharp mixture of the cooling coal ash, the smell of the wet umbrellas being retrieved in the hall, and the heavy sweet musk of social completion. The collective humid exhaustion of people who have spent 5 hours pretending to be statues. You take a breath, and the air feels sharp and thin, as if the oxygen itself has been depleted by the requirements of the decorum. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs, once again visible as you move away from the dying fire, as you navigate the departure gauntlet. You reach out to the hostess to perform the final handshake. The texture is a study in kid leather, indifference. Your gloved palm meets her gloved palm, and the contact feels frictionless and cold, a tactile reminder that your social existence is currently being signed off by a committee of silk and lace. In 1888, the rules of leave-taking, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the gracious exit, state that you must never appear relieved to be leaving. You must express your heartfelt gratitude for an evening of unforgettable refinement, with a steady rhythmic voice that betrays none of the bone-deep fatigue currently vibrating in your knees. You run your fingers over your own cufflink. The texture is hard and metallic, a row of cold teeth that seem to be auditing the very sincerity of your parting words. The sound of the hallway is a rhythmic hollow clatter. You hear the collective percussive thud-clack-thud of 20 pairs of boots hitting the marble floor of the vestibule, a sound like a very polite, very expensive military retreat. But you hear no haste and certainly no excitement. To the curators of refinement, the act of putting on an overcoat is a public moral audit of your internal composure. If your coat is particularly heavy, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must struggle into the layers with a rhythmic surgical grace, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a display of physical effort. To grunt while reaching for your sleeve is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone whose muscles refuse to follow the geometry of the gentleman. You feel the pressure of the cloakroom hierarchy. In 1888, the retrieval of your garments is a forensic audit of your status. You must wait in a rhythmic, shivering silence while the footman, a man who smells of stale porter and officialdom, navigates the mountain of wool and fur to find your specific great coat. The texture of the coat is rough, heavy and cold, its fibres having absorbed the freezing London fog that is currently pressing against the front door. You take a shallow breath, feeling the cold night air hit your lungs as the butler opens the inner portal, and you realise that your rest is still several miles of cobblestones away. The texture of the air on your tongue is metallic and damp, carrying the fine, sulphurous particles of the London smog floating in the hallway. The elite who govern the social threshold believe that the manner of your leaving reveals the quality of your ancestry. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their guests based on whether they fumble their hat. They have turned a simple exit into a gauntlet of the fine motor skills. The rule of the carriage call is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to stand perfectly still on the shivering step, the cold stone threshold of the house, while the link boy screams your name into the dark. The texture of the step is jagged and ice-cold, a tactile reminder that composure in the Victorian world is a biological struggle against the urge to shiver. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the temperature, ensuring that you do not appear eager for the warmth of the carriage. You breathe in the scent of the wet leather and the dry, ashy odour of the link boy's torch. You feel the vibration of the street's heart, the distant rhythmic clop-clop of the approaching horses, a thumping reminder that the world of transit is waiting, while you are trapped on a doorstep where time is measured in nods and night air. You're a subject of the threshold monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final descent to the curb, a rhythmic, slightly trembling march toward the iron-wheeled carriage, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of saying goodbye is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the damp, thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional deference, and you hear the rhythmic slam of the carriage door, a sound that signals the end of the party and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey back to the private darkness. The rhythmic slam of the carriage door still vibrates in the marrow of your bones, a hollow final sound that signals your transition from the theatre of the threshold to the sanctuary of the moving shadow. The temperature inside your private brougham is a stagnant leather-cooled freeze, a localised climate that has been waiting in the dark for 5 hours, slowly absorbing the damp, sulphurous breath of the London night. In 1888, the act of travelling home is not a moment of true relaxation. It is the interlude of the internalised audit. You're sitting in a space that smells of empire and exertion, a sharp, nose-stinging mixture of wet horse sweat, the metallic tang of the iron-rimmed wheels, and the heavy, sweet musk of your own, fading gardenia perfume or bay rum cologne, scents that are now beginning to sour under the weight of the night's humidity. You take a breath, and the air feels hollow and thin, as if the oxygen has been exhausted by the effort of your own performance. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs, once again visible in the dim amber glow of the external carriage lamps as they flicker through the soot-filmed glass. You reach out to touch the velvet upholstery. The texture is a study in abrasive luxury. It is deep-piled silk velvet that feels soft for a fleeting second before revealing its true nature, a scratchy, unyielding surface designed to ensure that even in the dark you maintain a correct seating posture. In 1888, the rules of transit composition, dictated by the self-appointed kings of public appearance, state that a gentleman or lady must never slump in a carriage. Even though you are alone, or perhaps sitting in a rhythmic silence with a spouse who is equally exhausted, the rule of the invisible auditor remains in effect. You must sit perfectly upright, your spine a rhythmic, starch-filled pillar of discipline. You run your fingers over the lace pull strap. The texture is fibrous and cold, a decorative handle that seems to be auditing the very steadiness of your hand as the carriage lurches over a pothole. The sound of the transit is a rhythmic, grinding roar. You hear the sharp clack, clack, clack of the horses' hooves hitting the uneven cobblestones, a sound that echoes off the dark, shuttered storefronts like a mechanical heartbeat. Then there is the constant, sibilant scrunch of the iron wheels moving through the gutter slurry, and the rhythmic creak groan of the leather suspension straps straining under the weight of your social standing. To the elite members of the Society for the Maintenance of Urban Order, men and women who view a reckless carriage speed as a sign of inherent spiritual instability, this journey is a cathedral of the steady pace, but to you it is a symphony of kinetic anxiety. You hear the rhythmic thump-thump of the coachman's boots on the box above, and the low-frequency mumble of a distant watchman calling out the hour into the fog. You feel the pressure of the window protocol. In 1888, the carriage window is not a portal to the view, it is a visual boundary of the station. You are forbidden from peering out with curiosity. To do so is to manifest a vulgar fascination with the street that suggests you have never travelled in a private vehicle before. You must practice the Victorian gaze, a rhythmic glassy-eyed focus directed at a point exactly 3 inches inside the glass. The system has decided that observing the public is a sign of an unstable moral fibre. You're shadowed by the ghost of the street eye, the collective expectation of the city, which watches your every rhythmic movement through the passing gaslight, to ensure you do not contaminate your dignity with a look of fatigue. The texture of the air on your skin is prickling and damp, carrying the sharp, acidic tang of the London miasma that has snuck in through the gaps in the doorframe. The elite who govern the national transit believe that the carriage is where the composure of the family is verified in motion. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they lean their head against the velvet padding. They have turned a simple ride home into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the hand placement is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to keep your hands folded in your lap with a rhythmic, understated sequence of stillness, ensuring that you do not contaminate the air with a restless gesture. The texture of your own gloves is cold and slick, a tactile reminder that refinement in the Victorian world is a biological struggle against the urge to rub your tired eyes. You breathe in the scent of the heated wheel grease and the dry, ashy odour of the stale carriage rug. You feel the vibration of the city's heart in the soles of your feet, a rhythmic, thumping cadence of a world that is always judging, even in the shadows. You're a subject of the velvet-lined monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the arrival ritual, a rhythmic, slightly stiff bracing for the final stop, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of going home is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the leather-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic scree of the brake being applied, a sound that signals the end of the journey and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the domestic portal. The carriage has finally grown to a halt, the iron tyres grinding against, the cobblestones in a rhythmic screeching protest that signals the end of your public performance. The temperature as you step onto the pavement is a piercing midnight freeze, a localised climate of wet soot and biting wind that seems to be trying to find the gaps in your great coat with the precision of a social rival. You're standing before your own front door, and the air is a grey, sulphur-scented trap that smells of urban exhaustion, a sharp mixture of the dying street lamps, the heavy musk of the damp river fog, and the metallic tang of your own iron-bound gate. You take a breath, and the air feels gritty and final, as if the day itself has been pulverised into dust. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs, a quiet signal that you're now entering the protocol of the domestic threshold. You reach out to touch the brass knocker. The texture is a study in vigilant brilliance. It is cold, heavy metal that has been scrubbed by a housemaid in the freezing, pre-dawn hours until it reflects the rhythmic, exhausted blinking of your eyes. In 1888, the act of entering your own home at midnight is not a casual arrival. It is a verification of the hierarchy. You cannot simply use a latchkey like a bohemian radical. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the subdued knock, a choreographed sequence of 2 distinct strikes meant to alert the footman that the source of the income has returned. You run your fingers over the keyhole escutcheon. The texture is jagged and cold, a row of metal teeth that seem to be auditing the very steadiness of your hand. The sound of the hallway as the door opens is a hollow, cavernous echo. You hear the sharp clack, clack, clack of the butler's boots on the marble floor, a sound that has been waiting in the shadows for 5 hours to remind you that your tardiness is a domestic inconvenience. Then there is the constant, sibilant shush of the heavy door being bolted and the rhythmic clink, clink of the chain being set. To the elite authors of the Master's Manual of Order, the bolting of the house is a sacred ritual of seclusion, but to you, it is a symphony of architectural traps. You hear the rhythmic tick-tock of the hall clock and the low-frequency mumble of the servant asking if you require a nightcap. You feel the pressure of the servant dismissal rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that the master must be the last to sleep but the first to be forgotten. You're forbidden from engaging in a conversation with the man who has stayed awake purely to open the door for you. To do so is to manifest a deplorable lack of social distance. You must practice the Victorian dismissal, rhythmic understated nod and a whispered "that will be all" that treats the human being in front of you as a piece of self-operating furniture. The system has decided that nocturnal empathy is a sign of an unstable moral fibre, You are shadowed by the ghost of the payroll, the collective expectation of your class, which watches your every rhythmic movement to ensure you do not contaminate the air with a display of human gratitude. The texture of the air in the hallway is stagnant and dusty, carrying the fine, dry particles of the day-old beeswax. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the single oil lamp left burning on the sideboard, and you realise that your sanctuary is actually a theatre of the supervised return. The elite who govern the national home believe that the hall is where the order of the day is sealed for the night. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they leave their muddy boots for the footman to find at dawn. They have turned a simple entry into a gauntlet of the ocular nerves. The rule of the night snack is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You are expected to ingest a single captain's biscuit or a glass of tepid water from the silver tray. The texture of the biscuit dry, ashy, and unyielding. A chemical reset designed to ensure that you do not contaminate your dreams with the heat of the dinner roast. You breathe in the scent of the heated lacquer and the dry, ashy odour of the extinguished tapers. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of the servant retreating to the attic. A thumping reminder that the world of labour is finally pausing while you're trapped in a hallway where time is measured in bolts and breaths. You're a subject of the marble-topped monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the staircase ascent, a rhythmic, slightly trembling march toward the darkness of the upper floor, you realise that in the Victorian world, even the act of coming home is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional fatigue, and you hear the rhythmic hiss of the hall lamp being lowered, a sound that signals the end of the public rules and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the retiring hour. The heavy oak door of your bedchamber has clicked shut with a sharp mechanical finality, and as you cross the threshold into your inner sanctum, the temperature takes a sudden clarifying dive into a moral unmoving chill. The warmth of the public house has been left on the landing, replaced by a localized climate designed by the self-appointed kings of character building, to ensure that your night is a 12-hour exercise in fortifying the spirit. In 1888, the act of preparing for bed is not a private relief. It is the ceremony of the structural collapse, a rhythmic, high-stakes dismantling of the social facade. You're standing in a space where the air is a stagnant, lavender-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of empire and extraction, a sharp mixture of the dying coal embers in the grate, the metallic tang of the cold porcelain wash pitcher, and the heavy, sweet musk of fading starch. The scent of a body that has been trapped in a linen and wool prison for 18 hours. You take a breath, and the air feels hollow, as if the oxygen has been used up by the day's obligations. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs as you navigate the undressing gauntlet. You reach out to touch the cufflink, or the corset lacing. The texture is a study in material resistance. If you are a man, your shirt front has been starched to the consistency of a ceramic shield. You feel the cold, jagged edge of the linen biting into your neck as you struggle with the first button. In 1888, the rules of correct retirement, dictated by the authors of The Servant's Guide to the Master's Rest, state that your undressing must be an exercise in passive composure. You cannot simply rip off your clothes. That would be beastly and chaotic. Instead, you must stand perfectly still, a biological mannequin, while a valet or maid performs the rhythm of the release. You run your fingers over the silk lacing. The texture is oily and tight, a row of braided knots that seem to be auditing the very patience of your ribs. The sound of the room is a rhythmic, sibilant rustle. You hear the sharp pop-click of the buttons being freed, followed by the soft, heavy thud of your wool layers hitting the floor mat. It is the sound of the status, a percussive evidence of the hundreds of pounds of fabric that have defined your social value since breakfast. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Physical Spontaneity, men and women who view a loose collar as a sign of inherent spiritual rot, this hour is a cathedral of the unpinning, but to you it is a symphony of shallow breathing. You hear the rhythmic hiss of your own breath as the pressure on your diaphragm is finally released, and the low-frequency mumble of the servant reciting the morning schedule. You feel the pressure of the starch lust rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believe that the soul is only as clean as the linen. You are currently subject to the rule of the nightly purgation. Every garment you have worn must be inspected for moral stains, specks of street mud or drops of wine that could signal a deplorable lack of internal discipline. The texture of the air on your skin is prickling and cold, carrying the sharp, acidic tang of the London night that has snuck in through the chimney flue. You must manifest a spirit that is unburdened by physical requirements, ensuring that you do not appear too relieved when the rhythm of the corset bone finally stops pressing against your spine. To show a vulgar joy in breathing deeply is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own biological needs over the moral elevation of the Victorian form. The elite who govern the national conduct believe that the bedchamber is where the hierarchy is maintained through the closet. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether their nightshirt has a disciplined collar. They have turned a collection of silk and cotton into a gauntlet of the domestic soul. The rule of the bed preparation is a masterpiece of mechanical micromanagement. You're expected to stand perfectly still while your maid, a woman who smells of laundry blue and exhaustion, performs the rhythm of the warming pan. You hear the rhythmic scrape slide of the copper pan being moved between the sheets, a sound like a distant shovel moving over gravel. The texture of the sheets is cold, starched, and unforgiving, a tactile reminder that comfort in the Victorian world is a biological struggle against the urge to curl into a ball. You breathe in the scent of the heated copper and the dry, ashy odour of the tooth powder. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant thud of the hallway door being bolted for the night, a thumping reminder that the world of industry is finally pausing while you're trapped in a room where time is measured in hooks and hems. You're a subject of the starched monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final nightcap selection, a rhythmic, slightly trembling mental rehearsal of your morning orders, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your own sleep is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last heavy breath of the starch-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional fatigue, and you hear the rhythmic hiss of the candlewick being pinched, a sound that signals the end of the public rules and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the regulated rest. The regulated rest is finally within reach, but in 1888, the act of actually getting into bed is a multi-layered logistical hurdle governed by the rule of the moral shield. The temperature in your bedchamber has now stabilised into a crystalline graveyard chill, a cold so pure it feels as though it has been distilled from the very essence of a London January. You're standing by the side of the bed, and the air is a stagnant linen-scented trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of sanitary piety, a sharp mixture of the fresh lavender water on your pillow, the dry alkaline dust of the heavy bed hangings, and the heavy sweet musk of tallow and turpentine, the scent of the servant who polished the bed frame and then vanished into the shadows of the attic. You take a breath, and the air feels brittle and thin, as if the oxygen itself has been starched into submission. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic puffs. Once again, a visible fog in the dim amber glow of your single, floating wick as you navigate the nocturnal armour gauntlet. You reach out to touch your night attire. The texture is a study in unyielding modesty. Whether you're wearing a long flannel nightshirt or a high-collared cotton gown, the fabric is a rhythmic, abrasive weight that covers you from chin to ankle. In 1888, the rules of nocturnal decency, dictated by the self-appointed deans of the domestic citadel, state that a body is never truly private. You must dress for sleep as if you were expecting a sudden midnight audit by the Bishop of London, or a high-stakes emergency involving a house fire and a crowd of judgmental neighbours. You run your fingers over the starched frill at your wrist. The texture is sharp and serrated, a row of linen teeth that seem to be auditing your very pulse as you prepare to cross the threshold of the mattress. The sound of the room is a muffled, rhythmic ticking. You hear the small, brass-cased travelling clock on the nightstand, a sound that seems to be counting down the seconds until your Sabbath audit. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle of the heavy down comforter as you pull it back, and the rhythmic creak groan of the wooden bed slats. To the elite members of the Society for the Promotion of Moral Posture, men and women who view a horizontal body as a vessel for the devil's play, this hour is a cathedral of the conscience, but to you it is a symphony of structural fatigue. You hear the rhythmic thump-thump of the night watchman's boots on the pavement 3 floors below, and the low-frequency mumble of your own mind reciting the list of unanswered letters. You feel the pressure of the nightcap rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believed that the heat of the brain must be preserved at all costs. You are currently subject to the rule of the scalp cowl. You must pull a tight wool-knit cap over your head, ensuring that your ears are disciplined against the draft. The texture of the cap is rough and itchy, a tactile reminder that comfort in the Victorian world is a biological hazard that could lead to apoplexy or a softening of the character. The system has decided that uncovered hair during sleep is a sign of unstable moral fibre. You must spend 3 minutes in a rhythmic arm-numbing labour of adjusting the tassels, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the vanity of the reflection. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the wool and the candle smoke, and you realise that your rest is actually a theatre of the covered crown. The elite who govern the national health believe that the bed is where the self-control of the subject is tested by the dark. They sit in their wood-panelled clubs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they use a feather bolster or a horsehair pillow. They have turned a collection of down and ticking into a gauntlet of the cervical vertebrae. The rule of the nightly audit is a masterpiece of psychological micromanagement. You're expected to kneel by the bedside for 10 minutes, the texture of the wooden floorboards cold, hard and unyielding against your knees, performing the rhythm of the daily confession. You must manifest a spirit that is uplifted by the weight of your own sins, ensuring that you do not appear too eager for the relief of the blankets. To show a vulgar haste to be warm is to announce that you are spiritually commercial, a term the manuals use to describe anyone who values their own physical requirements over the moral elevation of the nightly prayer. You breathe in the scent of the heated copper of the warming pan and the dry, ashy odour of the dying tallow. You feel the vibration of the house's heart, the distant, rhythmic clink-clink of the servant cleaning the parlour grates for tomorrow's sunrise, a thumping reminder that the world of labour is never truly still, while you are trapped in a room where time is measured in flickers of the lamp. You're a subject of the horizontal monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final recline, a rhythmic, slightly dizzy collapse into the angled bolster, you realise that in the Victorian world, even your own dreams are a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly free. You take one last heavy breath of the starch-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional constraint, and you hear the rhythmic hiss of the wick being extinguished, a sound that signals the end of the day's audits and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the regulated dawn. The candle is a ghost, a thin trail of white smoke that curls toward the ceiling in a rhythmic serpentine dance, yet the darkness of the room feels anything but empty. The temperature in your bedchamber has reached its midnight equilibrium, a localized hothouse of humid, animal heat trapped beneath the 5-pound goose-down comforter, clashing with the polar draught that whistles through the gaps in the heavy velvet bed hangings. In 1888, the act of falling asleep is not a biological surrender. It is the final mental audit, a high-stakes rhythmic review of every bow, every spoon, and every semicolon you've deployed since sunrise. You're lying perfectly still, and the air within your velvet cage is a stagnant, carbon-heavy trap. It is an atmosphere that smells of social panic and stale lavender, a sharp mixture of the cooling grease on your skin, the dry, ashy odour of the dying hearth, and the heavy, sweet musk of the internalized auditor, the mental presence of every dowager and deacon you encountered today. You take a breath, and the air feels weighted with memory, as if the molecules are replaying your social errors in miniature. Your breath is a series of slow, rhythmic hitches as you perform the forensic review of the reception. You reach out to touch the edge of the linen sheet. The texture is a study in abrasive perfection. It is cold, starched, and carries a rhythmic embossed ridge that presses against your cheek, a tactile reminder that correctness never sleeps. In 1888, the rules of nocturnal composure, dictated by the self-appointed kings of the moral subconscious, state that even your dreams are a matter of municipal record. You cannot simply drift off. That would be beastly and unregulated. Instead, you must engage in the rhythm of the decorous slumber, a state of mind where your spine remains mentally vertical, even when physically horizontal. You run your tongue over the roof of your mouth. The texture is dry and ashy, a biological reaction to the physics of the anxiety that requires you to remember if you use the right hand or the left hand to pass the salt to the baronet. The sound of the night is a symphony of the trivial. You hear the relentless rhythmic tick-tick-tick of the French clock on the mantel, a sound like a very small, very expensive judge hammer hitting a velvet block. Then there is the soft, sibilant rustle of the wind against the chimney flue and the rhythmic creak groan of the house settling into its stone foundations. To the elite members of the Society for the Prevention of Social Fluidity, men and women who view an unreturned nod as a sign of inherent national rot, this hour is a cathedral of the regret, but to you it is a symphony of mental exhaustion. You hear the rhythmic thump-thump of your own heart in the pillow and the low-frequency mumble of your internal voice, asking if the pinky up at tea was a graceful flourish or a deplorable affectation. If you find your mind particularly loud, the rules of 1888 offer you no mercy. You must lie in a posture of permanent stillness, ensuring that you manifest a spirit that is unburdened by the requirements of the ego. You feel the pressure of the sleep talker rule. In 1888, the curators of refinement believed that the tongue reveals in sleep what the starch hides by day. You are currently subject to the rule of the hushed subconscious. You're terrified of uttering a vulgar phrase or a commercial thought in the rhythmic, vulnerable hours of the deep sleep. The texture of the air on your skin is clammy and heavy, carrying the fine, dry particles of the feather dust floating in the humid air of the bedbox. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air grow humid under the weight of the moral miasma, and you realize that your rest is actually a theater of the supervised soul. The system has decided that unregulated dreaming is a sign of an unstable moral fiber. You must spend the next hour in a rhythmic, brain-numbing labor of suppressing your own personality, ensuring that you do not contaminate the night with a display of human spontaneity. The elite who govern the national will believe that the bed is where the discipline of the subject is verified by the dark. They sit in their padded chairs, judging the moral tone of their neighbours based on whether they wake up with their nightcap at the correct angle of the sun. They have turned a collection of dreams into a gauntlet of the decorum. The rule of the morning expectation is a masterpiece of psychological micromanagement. You're expected to begin planning tomorrow's morning calls at the exact moment your eyes close, ensuring that the rhythm of the obligation is never broken. The texture of your own thoughts is jagged and cold, a tactile reminder that refinement in the Victorian world is a biological struggle against the urge to simply be yourself. You breathe in the scent of the cooling grease and the dry, ashy odour of the stale inventory of the soul. You feel the vibration of the city's heart, the distant rhythmic clink-clink of the morning milk delivery being prepared 2 miles away, a thumping reminder that the world of industry is already preparing to wake you, while you're trapped in a bed where time is measured in social size and suppressions. You are a subject of the somnambulant monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the final drift, a rhythmic, slightly trembling surrender to the void, you realize that in the Victorian world, even the act of closing your eyes is a labyrinth of rules designed to ensure that you never feel truly at ease. You take one last, heavy breath of the dust-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of traditional fatigue, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the silence finally descending, a sound that signals the end of the audits and the beginning of the final, starched and suffocating journey toward the forgotten morning. The night has finally claimed the last of your resistance, and as you hover on the fragile edge of the void, the temperature in your bedchamber has reached the final equilibrium. The biting draughts of the London winter and the humid fevers of the gaslit ballroom have both surrendered to a profound, unmoving stillness. In 1888, the act of crossing into sleep is the only truly revolutionary act available to you. It is the one moment where the social inspectors cannot follow, and where the moral audit of the day finally runs out of ink. You are lying perfectly still, and the air around your pillow is a neutral, silent sanctuary. It is an atmosphere that smells of historical erasure, a sharp, clean mixture of the settling dust, the fading scent of the tallow wick, and the heavy, sweet musk of absence, the scent of a soul that has finally stopped performing for the benefit of a century. You take a breath, and the air feels weightless and wide, as if the molecules themselves have been released from their starched constraints. Your breath is a slow, rhythmic tide, a quiet signal that you're now a subject of the final release. You reach out mentally to touch the texture of the unspoken dark. It is a study in absolute softness. You no longer feel the cold iron of the bed frame or the abrasive starch of the linen sheet. The texture is frictionless and deep, a dark, velvet mercy that seems to be absorbing the very memory of your social standing. In 1888, the rules of existence, dictated by the self-appointed kings of public decency, state that you are a collection of manners and clothing. But here, in the rhythmic, hallowed silence of the midnight hour, you realize that the rule of the persona was merely a costume you wore for a crowd that has now vanished. You run your mind over the smoothness of the void. The texture is a warm, silent embrace, a material that doesn't audit, doesn't judge, and doesn't require a calling card. The sound of the night is a symphony of the ended. You no longer hear the relentless tick-tock of the clock or the rhythmic clop-clop of the distant carriages. The sound is a hollow peace, the sound of a city that has finally run out of things to say. To the elite members of the Society for the Maintenance of the Status Quo, men and women who view a moment of genuine human ease as a sign of inherent spiritual anarchy, this silence is a cathedral of the terrifying. But to you, it is a symphony of liberation. You hear the rhythmic hush of your own blood in your ears, and the low-frequency mumble of the past as it retreats into the shadows. If you find your heart particularly calm, the rules of 1888 have no further power over you. The magistrate of politeness has been evicted from your mind, and the theatre of the exhausting has finally closed its doors for the night. You feel the pressure of the gravity rule once more, but this time it is not a burden. It is an anchor. You sink into the dark, and the air on your skin is cool and honest, carrying the neutral, ashy scent of the distant history. You take a shallow breath, feeling the air move through your uncorseted, unstarched lungs with a steady rhythmic ease, and you realize that your life of duty was actually a theatre of the imposed. You are a survivor of a world that demanded you spend your vitality as a choreographed phantom, yet you have managed to reach the absolute peace of the dark with your spirit, if not your social standing, perfectly intact. The elite who governed the Victorian soul believed that the rules were the only things keeping the abyss at bay. They sat in their high, upholstered chairs, judging the moral fibre of a generation based on the angle of a teacup. They turned every breath, every glance, and every heartbeat into a gauntlet of the performative. But as you feel the vibration of the world finally going quiet, a rhythmic cosmic hush that seems to be whispering it's done, you realize that the most important etiquette rule of all is the one they were too afraid to write down, the right to be forgotten. You breathe in the scent of the cooling night and the dry, ashy odour of the vanishing century. You feel the weight of the darkness settling over your chest, a rhythmic, grounding pressure that seems to be anchoring you to the absolute present. You are a survivor of the starched monarchy, and as you prepare to navigate the abyss of the final dream, a rhythmic total surrender to the softness, you realize that in the Victorian world, the only time you're truly free is when the rules are no longer visible. You take one last, heavy breath of the night-thickened air, a rhythmic intake of eternal silence, and you hear the rhythmic hush of the void finally closing around you, a sound that signals the end of the rules and the beginning of the final soft and liberating journey toward the forgotten sleep. You have survived the city and its 1,000 suffocating rules. You have navigated the maze of calling cards, soup spoons, and starched collars. Now you get to rest. Let the darkness wrap around you, not as a threat, but as a blanket. Let the quiet fill your mind. The story is over, the work is done. The social register has been closed for the night. Sleep well. The past isn't going anywhere. It will be there if you ever want to visit again. But for now, just drift. Good night.